Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere outside of the NFL Draft Combine. I know it's a few days old to be saying that, but still. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, March 5, 2026. And this right here, the thing that we are watching. Well, that thing is called, we have the chat on the screen. That wasn't supposed to be there because I need to point my finger and snap at the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. On today's program, we're going to try to break down how 357 people in Congress voted against the transparency of letting you know who the creeps are, the ones being accused of all these sexual misconduct incidents. And then they're going to subpoena Pam Bondi over sexual misconduct. And you go, well, what in the world are we doing here? What's with the double standard? We're also going to take a look at all of the things. Lots of news. Oh, here's a piece of news. Restream just had a big update. And it sucks. And I had this show set up early. And it wouldn't let me go live. I won't bore you with all the details. But please feel free to double check and see that we are streaming in the places that we are supposed to be streaming in. It looks like we're getting chat over here in Rumble. And we'll reply back, hey, ya. It's like the Outcast song, hey, ya. Punching midgets for fun. That's a nice Rumble title name. Based on our Scam Now parody video from yesterday. If you know, you know. And if you don't, go back and watch yesterday's show. You're going to get a good show, even if it's not today's show. There's so much information and so many perspectives and so many angles to cover. I couldn't possibly fit it into one 3 or 4 hour show. No way. No way, Jorge. Let's go back and check it out. We started the program. What did that lady say? I ate the whole thing, or I couldn't eat any more. I couldn't take another bite. If you don't know, you have no idea why this is hilarious. But if you do, it is pretty funny. Hence the Rumble name over there. Hit the thumbs up button, everybody. Click to share this show with your friends. We need to double this show. I'm looking around at the new dash panel. Now I can't see the live concurrent viewers. Where the heck is that now? Why would that? I guess it's over here. My kingdom for some stability in the internet realm. And I also don't see the time. I don't see the time on the screen. I guess it's over here. They just move everything. I swear these developers only do this just so they can justify them remaining on payroll. None of this made anything better. It just made everything in a different spot. Imagine you're a pilot. Imagine you work at a workstation. Imagine you're a gamer. All of a sudden, they give you a control panel that's totally different. None of the button, like you have to kind of do things like this to make it work, and you got to tippy tap instead of holding it and just doing what you're used to doing. It's not better. It's just different. Doing things different just for the sake of it being different does not make something better. Changing our political system because a lot of things are broken. Well, I'm in favor of that because there's a lot of broken stuff. Anyway, not to get bogged down in the details of how the sausage is made. I want to say thank you. John has ordered these. He's getting 2 sets of the Unhappy Hour Sports Show wooden coasters and a pin for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Look at that. Would you look at that? And then I made this. I said, thanks, John. I put my signature, but then the pen kind of smeared. See that? Whoop, you have to be in front of it. So I got to write another one. And I hope to get this in the mail today. That's the game plan. Although we are starting late, so we'll see how late the show goes. But that is the game plan. If anyone wants to support the program like John did, shoot me a Venmo with your address. They're $30 for a set of 4. Wooden, Ohio made. This isn't coming in from Taiwan or China. Do 2 for $50. And the pins are $25. Only 100 of these pins are going to be made exactly like that. We might change it to something else on a second run, but the game plan is to keep these 100 so that they are collectible. So thank you for everybody. And they also come in Ohio shape. So shoot me a Venmo if you want these. We'll get those mailed out to you. Oh, let me put this up on the screen. If anyone wants to support the program, you go to Patreon, The New American Media, Rumble and YouTube. You can do a monthly subscription, as well as Rumble Rant tips and Super Chat tips. It's a brand new month on YouTube. Looking to get some Super Chat action going on over there, as well as the 3 other places. Venmo, Cash App, it's just my name, Brian Engelman, and PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All of those are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So we're going to get into these stories and more. So buckle up, Buttercup. The TNAM Daily Show. Well, it starts right about now.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Thank you all so very much for being here. Let's pull our chat up on the screen. Okay, is Pam bound to do something? Not Pam Bondi, Pam bound to do something? We shall see. I don't know. Hello, everyone in chat. It always cracks me up when we call him Northern David. He's from the north. I tells you. Not a sponsor. This is pretty good. Apple cider vinegar, sparkling. Elderberry, pomegranate, apple cider vinegar beverage. Pretty good. Do pilots get high? Oh, yeah, like 30,000, 40,000 feet, right? All right. Let's get to the news. Where are we at? Share the screen. Okay. What are people talking about today? Oh, this guy. Here's a child S offender who's running for city council in Fresno. You just look at him, it's like, ooh, that's a creepy looking dude, ain't it? Yeah, it's a creepy looking dude. I don't know what he did, but if you put him in a lineup and I just had to guess, Oh, charged in 2018 with possession of CSAM materials. I guess that can be a broad term, but it's not good. So here's this guy holding a press conference outside of an elementary school. He's running for city council in Fresno.
Is there a reason you chose this location to do this announcement?
I feel the city of Fresno, there are certain areas that represent rehabilitation, people. This church has been here for hundreds of years. Forgiveness isn't something that is just given to you. It is not handed. You earn it day by day, minute by minute. That's what I'm doing. I'm not asking, I'm not demanding. I'm saying grow with me, trust me. They chose to go on the news and say I don't belong here. I don't belong in this race. What type of person doesn't belong here? Today I don't belong, tomorrow they don't belong. So what are we saying? Does the Constitution matter anymore?
Ever listen to somebody? He's walking around like it's a courtroom drama. Like it's an adaptation of a John Grisham movie.
So what are we saying? Are we saying that the Constitution doesn't matter anymore? One day I'm not allowed, and then the next day you'll not be allowed.
Ever be out at a party or at a bar and somebody's drinking and they begin pontificating, and they might pace about the room as if it's a courtroom.
One day I'm not allowed to be here, and then the next day that could be you. Is this not America anymore?
Laws they're pushing on us, they want us to believe in them.
What laws that we are pushing that they want us to believe in them? What laws that they would be pushing are the kind of laws that you would want to be a part of?
You want us to follow them.
They do want us to follow them.
You follow them.
I will follow them. You will follow them. Maybe we'll all follow them.
I've been accountable. Let's hold them accountable.
Yeah, you've been really accountable.
Lead by example. There is another issue that I'd like to address. There is something that has publicly been said. How would I address the issue of schools? I've never said I would go to schools. Over the last few days, mothers have reached out to me. Angry. I didn't silence them. I talked with them. They said, how could a person like you help? I listened, and I said, I can't.
Oh, the church bells in the background are perfect.
Fix everything, and I'm not going to promise you the world, but I can give you the advice I learned. That's the best I can do.
Does the conditions of your sentence prevent you from being a certain distance from schools?
The conditions of your sentence prevent you from being within a certain distance of schools.
There are certain California restrictions people must follow within the law, and I followed the law to the letter.
Can you share some of those restrictions after his application? Is there any saying, please?
As of right now, it's the basic restrictions of California law.
And do you know some of them? Can you
Which
share
are?
with us?
It's going to be the California laws that are restricted to that penal code.
I love how they'll answer 3 different ways. No. Tell us what you're not allowed to do.
There's an elementary school right there. Is that against the...
If this were on Saturday Night Live, you'd almost not believe it. You go, oh, this is so stupid. This would not. The reporter goes, that's an elementary school right there.
Would that be against the rules?
Would that be against the rules?
I would say during operational hours, absolutely.
Well, as long as it's only during operational hours. Chooses to hold a press conference at an elementary school. Shocking.
I believe they are closed right now. I don't see anyone, and I understand the issue.
I don't think you do.
However, I called it here because I felt this place was important.
Yes, the elementary school is important.
We can't say,
We can't say, and we can't, what am I even saying?
say this person is that person.
No, because this person is this person, and that person is that person. And this person can't be that person can't be this person. Personally, therefore, I believe they don't have maps in the Iraq, and therefore such as.
I have rehabilitated.
I have rehabilitated so much that I just the fact that there is an elementary school literally right there, I could throw a basketball and it would bounce to the doorstep. I didn't even notice it was there. But I'm looking in the windows and I don't see that there are students here right now. I wish there were. But I'm looking and I don't see any teachers or students. Maybe they're outside of the hours of operation. That's too bad. Where's the gymnasium and the changing room? I wish they were here right now. But I'm so rehabilitated, you can't even tell. I don't even know. There might be a school. There might not be a school. If I'm this person, I can't be that person. So vote for me in Fresno.
And people can't keep saying, I'm afraid of him. If you keep saying that, you don't believe in rehabilitation. You don't believe.
We don't believe in rehabilitation for pedos. The recidivism rate is like, hang on, let me see if I can. Recidivism rate for pedo creeps with weird facial hair and annoying voices. No, Jamie, don't put that in there. That might skew the results. They all have weird facial hair and strange voices. Oh, God, this is no way. They're saying only 67%. It's much higher than 67%. These people don't change. Oh, come on. Hang on. Come on, Grok. These people don't change. The recidivism rate is through the roof. Give me a better, more accurate number. Come on, Grok. I've studied it. The Diagnostic Statistical Manual, the DSM. It's almost all of them will always forever be creeps. You don't fix that. You're broken in your brain if you're going to harm a kid. You don't cure that. Oh, there are cures for that. I'm not going to say wood chipper because that would probably be extrajudicial. We do have provisions against cruel and unusual punishment, but we do have capital punishment. And I believe Florida enacted capital punishment for kid abusers. Let's see what Grok says. 30 to 67% over 5 to 9 years. Well, I was going to say in the 90s. I still think it's that high.
Anyway, let's get back to this guy. Can we just vote for him? He wants to be in city council in Fresno. So I'm going to have a press conference outside of an elementary school.
Even what you're voting for.
Is there a reason you chose this location to do this announcement?
I feel the city of Fresno, there are certain areas.
All right. The safety and well-being of our children and families is always and will be my highest priority, said Councilwoman Annalisa Perea, deeply troubled by the incident in downtown Fresno in which a registered S offender chose to hold a press conference event directly adjacent to an active elementary school campus. The concerns expressed by school leadership reflect the very real alarm that parents and staff feel when the protection of children appears to be compromised. Disgusting freak, says Colin Rugg. Yeah. No, child sex offenders can never be forgiven. What does that mean? Yeah, isn't this grounds for his arrest discussion?
I'm not going to say.
Oh my gosh, did you see this one? Kenneth, oh, Fresno, he didn't. I know. Marion, someone send me a chalkboard for my fingernails, please. How close how close was my imitation of that guy? I felt like it was on, but like I only have head voice. I can't hear what it sounds like. I didn't plan doing that, but I couldn't listen to more than 3 seconds without that wretched voice. 300 feet from a middle school, 400 feet, 200 feet. Kenneth gives him a big Frez No. All right. I don't know the context of this, but this is WRAL News. There was some confrontation caught on camera. This Jack Unheard guy shared this. He says, I truly think we're heading into better times. Why? Watch this clip. The reporter hits her with, well, pop, 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 pop. The boomer goes, mm-hmm. Presented without comment.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I used that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it.
This particular case aside, I don't know any details of the story. Zero. Can you see how they would have found that term offensive? Yes, that is exactly why I said it. People say derogatory things to offend the other person. I just want this to play out. When is the last time you heard an interaction go this way?
I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your
And so some person kept pushing at something. Kept pushing a confrontation, it seems. I don't know.
use of the N-word?
I used that word because they forced me into it.
Do you see how that's incredibly offensive?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it.
Like Leon says, my impression of that first guy was scary close to that person. Marion, it was almost too close as I almost wanted to mute you. You know, I think I actually can go back in the feed. Not like it's super important by any stretch. We're obviously getting into non-important stories first, but I'm just going through my Instagram feed. Here, let's see what this...
I have rehabilitated.
I have rehabilitated so much that I just... the fact that there's an elementary school literally right there, I could throw a basketball and it would bounce to the doorstep. I didn't even notice it was there. But I'm looking in the windows and I don't see that there are students here right now. I wish there were. But I'm looking and I don't see any teachers or I wish students. there were. Maybe they're outside of the hours of operation. That's too bad. Where's the gymnasium and the changing room? I wish they were here right now. But I'm so rehabilitated, you can't even tell. I don't even know. There might be a school. There might not be a school. If I'm this person, I can't be that person. So vote for me in Fresno.
And people can't keep saying, I'm afraid of him. If you keep saying that, you don't believe in rehabilitation. You don't believe...
We don't believe in rehabilitation for pedos. Oh, people, you can either laugh or cry. I'm just having some fun today. But yeah, this clip was just interesting. Because, yeah, the point of offensive words is to offend. That's the entire point. Laugh or cry. Turn in your man card. Hey, that's my impressionism card. I can do impressions, can I not? Hey, talking about people that are not going to rehabilitate themselves. Pedos. There's one way to cure that. One way. Florida has capital punishment now. This guy felt the same. This is a man who's been accused of K-ing his daughter's artist. Guess what happened to him? Well, this is Aaron Spencer. He's awaiting his M trial. And he ran for sheriff in Lonoke County. Let's take a listen.
Hello, Lone Oak. My name is Aaron Spencer. Many of you know my story. I'm the father who acted to protect his daughter when the system failed. I'm also a husband, a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, a contractor, and a farmer. And through my own fight for justice, I have seen firsthand the failures in law enforcement.
I'm a vegetable, a mineral. What's that song? I am a major modern general. How does that go? He just said a lot of things that he was. Like a major modern general, vegetable. How does that song go? And what even is that? I am the model of a major modern general. What is that song? I don't know why I know it, but I only partially know it. Okay. I am the model of a major modern general. What song is this? I think Homer Simpson started singing this. Gilbert and Sullivan's 18th. Okay, so the Simpsons love referencing Gilbert and Sullivan, a comic opera, The Pirates of Penzance. Okay, I need the lyrics though, Grok. Jamie, for no apparent reason, my news show is completely unhinged and off the rails. That's what happens when you start late. I am the model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical, from Marathon to Waterloo, in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted with matters mathematical. I understand equations, both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lotto news, with my cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. I'm very good at integral and differential calculus. Man, this is awesome. I know the scientific names of being animalculous. In short, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. I know our mythic history, King Arthur's and Sir Caradocs. I answer hard acrostics. I've a pretty taste for paradox. I quote in Elegiacs all the crimes of Heliogabalus. In conics, I can floor peculiarities parabolus. I can tell undoubted Raphaels from Jared Downs. And okay, now it's stupid. The beginning part's kind of awesome. I know the croaking chorus from the frogs of Aristophanes. And then I can hum a fugue of which I've heard the music's dinner for, and whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. Then I can write a washing bill in Babylonic uniform and tell you every detail of Karatikaka's uniform. In short, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of modern major general. In fact, when I know what is meant by mammalian and ravelin, when I can tell a cited Chesapot from a Chopin, when such affairs as sorties and surprises I'm more curious about, and when I know precisely what is meant by commissariat, when I can teach you how to make a pretty piece of poetry and write a list of all the ships that fought at Trafalgar, then I can write a list of all the names of every English noble, then tell you every detail of the life of Bonaparte. See, these don't rhyme as... For my military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventury, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century, but still in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. Whew, fast, wordy, and gloriously absurd. That is fun to say, though, some of it. I've never read that before. That was a Simpsons joke. Yes, Sideshow. No, it wasn't Sideshow Bob. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, are you clapping? Oh, no, you're waving. You're waving. Okay. Like Leon's going to make a meme and a video. Make me a model of a modern major general. I have a hunch you're going to do something with that pedo guy. All right. But anyway, here's this guy. No, it wasn't Sideshow Bob. I swear we're going to get to the news. Who sang this in what context on The Simpsons? I am the model of a major modern. I am the very model of a modern major general. And like he says it and then he trips and falls or something. Deep Space Homer. That's what it was. NASA's looking for an average Joe in season 5, episode 15 to join the space mission to boost public interest. This came out in 1994. Homer gets selected, but first, Barney, Homer's drinking buddy, competes for the spot. To prove his newfound sobriety, fitness, balance, and improved diction after quitting beer, it was Barney. He performs a series of impressive back handsprings while belting out the opening lines of the song. I am the very model of a modern major general. I have information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. It's a quick, hilarious training montage scene showing Barney's transformation, contrasting his usual slurred, drunken self with this precise, energetic performance. He nails it perfectly, which makes Homer's eventual selection even funnier. There we go. I did just say this. Sideshow Bob, I've told you my story of meeting Kelsey Grammer and telling him he had one of my favorite characters of all time. He said, "Oh, really? Which one?" I said, "Sideshow Bob." And he went, no, that would have been funnier if he did, but he's like, "Really?" Sideshow Bob sang other Gilbert and Sullivan songs, like from HMS Pinafore and Cape Fear. But the Major General song specifically is Barney and Deep Space Homer. Classic Simpsons absurdity, perfect patter song for a reformed drunk showing off. That's awesome. I'm so happy with everything right now. Let's get back to this guy who K'd the guy that was abusing his daughter.
And in our circuit court.
I'm sorry, he was just see, this is what happens if I'm left to my own devices. He started listing his titles and the things that he did, and I thought he's the very model of a modern major general. Hence the detour. Back to the story.
And I refuse to stand by while others face these same failures. That's why I'm announcing my candidacy to run for Lonoke County Sheriff. This campaign isn't about me. It's about every parent, every neighbor, every family who deserves to feel safe in their homes and safe in their community. It's about restoring trust, where neighbors know law enforcement is on their side, and families know that they will not be left alone in a moment of need. Together, we can build a safer, stronger Lonoke County for every family. I'm Aaron Spencer, and I'm running for Sheriff of Lonoke County.
Anyone?
Hello, Lonoke.
And this is why I thought of the very model of a modern major general.
My name is Aaron Spencer. Many of you know my story. I'm the father who acted to protect his daughter when the system failed. I'm also a husband, a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, a contractor, and a farmer.
He's information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical, from Marathon to Waterloo and order categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematical. I understand equations both in simple and quadratical, about binomial theorem and anatomy with a lot of news, with many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. That's awesome. I like that part. The other parts didn't rhyme. It didn't, like, flow off the tongue. Yeah, Aaron Spencer won. Yeah, he's not a criminal. He's a real man protecting his family. In what universe would anybody say that that is... Come on, we need to bring back common sense. You harm a kid, you're, quick, to the point, straightforward. There are things you can apologize for, and there are things that... So I'm trying to figure out the story. Spencer allegedly woke up to find his 14-year-old daughter missing from her bed. Searched the neighborhood and found his daughter in a car with a 67-year-old named Michael Fossler. He received over 53% of the vote. Running for sheriff because the legal system had failed. He chased the car down and drove it off the road before S-ing and K-ing Fossler. Fossler was facing over 40 child S crime charges involving Spencer's daughter when he was shot. Spencer's wife says their daughter was targeted and groomed and ultimately AR'd by the boyfriend of a family friend. I'm the father who acted to protect his daughter when the system failed. David says, can I vote for him from Tennessee? Exactly. Can he become president? I'm in Pennsylvania. I want to vote for him. I'm in Texas, and I'd love to vote for this guy. I'm European, and I'd love to vote for this guy. I'm from another solar system, and I'd like to vote for this guy. Just leaving a funny comment. Breadcrumbs to bring people back. Make sure everybody's following us on Instagram. We need 20-something followers so we can go live. Want to go live. And we are just plateaued. Like a lot of our accounts, we are plateaued. We are stuck at our follower counts. We get so many new followers, and it stays the same. It's amazing what they do to make sure that you can't grow organically. But we're going to keep pushing.
The payments.
We're going to keep pushing, just like Jim Jordan keeps pushing on Tim Waltz. Waltzy Walls. Fancy Pants Tim Waltz.
Payments are restarted. Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Look how disheveled.
Well, Chairman, we did tell you. And Feeding Our Future grew because of the pandemic. And
I asked that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously. You wouldn't stop the payments. Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
my understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated
think
that.
that
You
is-
said that, didn't you? You
I
said that's
don't
why the
think-
reason you said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I think it is, because the court did something that I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying. This is from the court. It says, Feeding Our Future versus Minnesota Department of Education, correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning orders issued by the court. Here's what the judge says. Governor Tim Walz told the media that the Minnesota Department of Education attempted in payments to FOF because of possible fraud, but that Judge Guthman ordered payments to continue in April 2021. Next sentence. That is false. So you said something that wasn't true. He further states this, Judge Guthman, the court says this, Judge Guthman never ordered the Department of Education to resume payments to Feeding Our Future in April 2021 or at any other time. So I want to know, why didn't you tell the truth?
Congressman, the attorneys at the Department of Education interpreted that differently. Both of those judges are no longer on the bench, and I think that
the very
interpretation.
first sentence, the first 7 words. This is not some unnamed source talking to the New York Times. This is not some anonymous source talking to whatever your Minnesota Star Tribune or whatever your paper is.
Tim Waltz didn't just look the other way. He was an active participant in all of this. That's it. Jacob Frey, all these people, they're active participants. Are we just going to get dog and pony shows, or are we ever going to get justice on this?
This is the court speaking. First sentence, first 7 words.
Yeah, it sounds like, yes, kind of. Well, I think that Congressman Les Winan ought to do more thinking and less whining. Hey, wait a minute. There's no Congressman less whining. Yeah, but it's a pretty good line, though. Yeah. I think Representative Jim Jordan here has got Tim against the waltz.
Due to inaccurate statements by the governor, Ramsey County District Court judge has issued and authorized this following news release. That's pretty straightforward. So the court's lying?
I can't tell you, Congressman, but the interpretation
Somebody's lying, because you can't say the court ordered you to restart the payments, and then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying or the court's lying. And I'm just asking you, which one is it?
I just simply know what the attorneys at the agency believed, that it was a misinterpretation. And I would note that those
payments... Could it be you were trying to hide behind the court, Governor? Could that maybe...
I mean, if someone thinks something's a misinterpretation, that's where you appeal things. You don't just get to do them your way.
Be the reason why you issued the statements you did and why the court had to do something you never see done before? They issue a press statement saying you're wrong. The governor is wrong. His statement is, their words, not mine, false. Could that be the reason?
That was not the interpretation of the attorneys. And you know, court work, you can appeal those, Congressman, as you well know. I'm sure
Is it all about politics, Governor?
No, it's about taking care of our people, which Minnesota does better than anyone else.
$3 million. The behavioral intervention program went from $3 million to $400 million in 5 years. The housing stabilization went from $2.6 million to $104 million. The integrated community supports went from $4.6 million. The payments are restarted.
Yeah.
Have someone in mind.
President Trump at the White House giving a press conference about the operations in Iran.
In mind right now, because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out.
Talking about the next people in line to run the government, perhaps, I think is the question.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
Have someone in mind.
Yeah, the leadership is being taken out. Where is this at? Israel flag, America flag, Iranian flag. Where else do you see that happen? Pictures of Bibi. Is this Los Angeles? What city?
Thank you, Israel. Thank you, United States.
They're saying thank you, Israel. Thank you, United States. Where do you ever see this type of unity? I get that we don't want to enter a foreign forever war. I get that we don't want to see a single serviceman injured. I get that. However, where do you see these three flags flying in the same place? Except after the removal of that Ayatollah is an Assahola.
Thank you, Mr. President. God bless the United States of America. God bless President Trump. Thank you. President Trump.
What's Arosa 91? Monterosa 91. It looks like a foreign place, maybe?
President Trump, we love you. President Trump, we love you.
Dancing and cheersing to the YMCA. I mean, what an interesting universe where the YMCA has become a symbol of celebrating bombing campaigns / liberating freedom. There's the B2, Iranian flags, American flags, Israeli flags. I mean, Iran was the neighbor that nobody wanted on the street. Nobody in the neighborhood wanted that person around anymore. 47 years of being a pain in the ass, a terror. Killed over 1,000 Americans.
I love you, Trump. You can't imagine how we are appreciate our country, our people. I'm really appreciate. We love you. Thank you, Mr. President Trump. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Mr. President Trump.
Trump kill Khamenei. I'm so happy. Thanks, Trump. Thanks, Trump. You are the best man in the world. I love you, Trump.
I want to have a big thanks to President Trump for keeping his promise and freeing people of Iran that has nothing to do with this government, with this terrorist government.
Love you.
I mean, I don't know that he kept his. I mean, like that wasn't really something he campaigned on, per se. Enjoy some Iranian ladies dancing, set to YMCA. And some dancing.
There's no need to feel down.
I had it described where it's like he has a shower towel and he's going behind his neck. There's just so many different versions of it, and they all work as long as you commit to it. As long as you commit to it. It's fun to stay at the I don't know. Speaking with Mahmoud, hearing just how much they can't stand that Ayatollah and just how thrilled he was. Yeah, take a win when you can. It's the latest in a, if I act completely outraged at this current thing, maybe it will hurt Trump. That's where we're at. We're at that phase of everything. Go back and watch our Sunday episode of the Agree to Disagree show with Mahmoud Ghaffari and Pastor Bruce Engelman. That is a really dark energy that's been eliminated in Iran. We'll see what comes next. Hopefully it stays a win. Got some updates because there's more bombing campaigns occurring, as you know. But didn't you find it weird when Bill Clinton was looking at those Epstein files yesterday? If you set it to music, this is pretty perfect.
Another turning point for
stuck in the road.
Grabbed you by the
oh, look at that. Oh, the memories. Ah.
Don't make the best of it.
Yeah, I love it that the attorney tries to take it away. I don't know who this Caroline is, but I need to follow this person. That was great. Caroline Banowitz. He's like, no, give me that. And I got to lick my finger. Oh, there we go. Hold on. That's the quote. Don't forget to lick your finger before you turn the pages. Bill Clinton and Epstein. No, together at last. What is the Hart-Celler Act? Oh, this was funny. It's not a regime change war unless it comes from the regime change war region of France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling war. I think that's pretty good. And that's the comment I'm going to put. Otherwise, it's just sparkling war. What was the one? Since I have a suggestion for Iran's next Ayatollah, and they got Eric Adams. I don't know why that's funny, but it's remotely funny. Logan Hall said, Mr. President, I have credible information that all the foreigners overrunning my local Costco are this close to developing a nuclear weapon. And that really is the refrain. That is the calling card. That is the mockery of the whole situation. You know, the Benjamin Netanyahus and the others, the war hawks, the neocons. How long have they been saying that? Oh, they're this close to obtaining a weapon. They're just days away from getting a nuclear weapon. They're just minutes away. I've been hearing it for decades. It also doesn't make it untrue, but it really starts to become the boy that cried wolf. But also, it could be true. If for 47 years they just keep chanting death to the United States, you're like, well, at some point, I'm going to believe you. Anyway, Mr. President, I have credible information that all the foreigners overrunning my local Costco are this close to developing a nuclear weapon. This is Representative Randy Fine. He's that big. That is a large feller. They said, breaking Republican Representative Randy Fine ate Iran. Yikes. Further showing the absurdity of the Marco Rubio neocon forever war argument. The Netanyahu-backed Israel-pushed war, claiming this nonstop, is perhaps illuminated by this absurdity. The Bangladeshi-owned convenience store that refused to sell me zins when I was in high school is weeks, if not days, away from developing a nuclear weapon. Yeah, I'd say the Pittsburgh Steelers training camp is weeks, if not days, away from developing nuclear weapons. It's a great line. All right, let's keep it moving. That one's funny, though. More Tim Waltz. And it's muted. Let's try it again. Still muted. I unmuted it, and it... Anyway.
He was licensed in your state under your law that you signed.
I'm acting confused. This is a CDL driver that Cade people, I believe.
About a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed. So we ticket them and try and stop that. What I'm telling you is I don't understand the connection between...
He's here illegally. He can't read, and he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all across the country, imperiling everybody else.
I loathe the people. They're eating the pork. They're eating the bacon. A lot of people say, they said, sir, it's a bacon fest. They're putting bacon in the jam, I said. I only like Space Jam. I'm more of a Michael Jordan guy. LeBron, woke loser. Well, I know. The phrase knucklehead suits him. But he said it himself, right? He told people that he was a knucklehead. He's an Elmer Fudd. David, what's up? See, hold on. David, I feel like you would be a perfect person to get some of our The Unhappy Hour merch. Is it just me thinking that out loud? Because you're a sports fan. David is telling us that his favorite football team just got DJ Moore. Finally, a receiver. You guys have been lacking in the receiver department for years and years. Yeah, DJ Moore. What was the trade? What did they give up for DJ Moore? I haven't seen the details. What did the Bears get back? Because DJ Moore came over. Man, what did they give up to get him from the... All right, now I'm curious. What did the Bears trade to get DJ Moore from the Panthers? And what did the Bears get for Moore from the Bills? I think it was a first-round pick, wasn't it? I recall it being quite a haul. But yeah, I like that David is a sports fan. We'll be having a we will be having a strictly football episode coming up real soon. The Bears got DJ Moore from the Panthers in a blockbuster trade in exchange for the number 1 overall pick in the 23 NFL draft that Carolina took Bryce Young with. Oh my God. Oh, that was huge. Whew. 23 first and second round pick, 24 first round pick, 25 second round pick, and DJ Moore. Oh my gosh. You guys just swapped. Bills got DJ Moore and the Bears 5th. The Bears get a second round pick. Oh my goodness. Those picks turn into offensive tackle Darnell Wright, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, quarterback, and wide receiver Luther Burden III. Jeez, that is a haul, man. Wow. Okay. So there were first round picks involved, but anyway, back to Tim Waltz, the knucklehead. Yeah, I don't think the Bears were knuckleheads in that trade. That was a good trade. But I really dislike these people. Who try to make it seem like, well, it's not like immigrants commit any more crime than Americans, so it's no big deal. It's a huge deal. Stop it. When I interviewed Dan Johnson, he had said something like that. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, they don't speak English. They don't comprehend English. They can't read it. They can't write it. They have no business having a driver's license and being on the road, let alone a commercial driver's license going across state lines, endangering the lives of everybody on the roadway. That is insane. That's not libertarian. That's not a good policy. That is backward. That is crazy. And Tim Waltz right here, he tries to deflect and say the same thing. He's like, hey, people get tickets all the time. No. You have no business being on the roads if you can't comprehend what you're supposed to be doing out there, let alone a commercial driver's license for a big semi truck.
And but he was licensed in your state under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed. So we ticket them and try and stop that. What I'm telling you is I don't understand the connection between...
He's here illegally. He can't read. And he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all across the country, imperiling everybody else. And but he was licensed in your...
Man. This is such a vile, disingenuous Democrat libertarian argument that illegal aliens aren't any more of a health and safety and security threat than a regular American would be. 100% untrue, and it's vile when they repeat these lies. Oh my gosh. Will he face some justice? Let's check in about Iran again. These two ladies. What is this, Stella?
Again, Iranians are not Arab Islamists.
Who are these two people? Michelle Ferreira, Canada. I don't know, but I'll follow.
They're Iranians. They've always been Iranians. They have occupied by a regime that is not their own, by a regime that is not speaking their language, by a regime, and let's make that very, very clear, because sometimes it's like hard for us to understand what happened inside of Iran. The Islamist Ayatollahs came to our country, and the first thing that they did, they took our flag, our flag, the Iranian flag, has a lion and a sun on it, and it's like green, red, and white. And they started to write on it with Arabic writing, which is not Persian. It's not our language on there.
Nope.
They took out our symbol of the lion and the sun and replaced it with an Allahu Akbar Islamic symbol in the middle. Just imagine Islam is taking over Washington, taking the American flag, taking our flag, keeping the colors in there and putting an Islamist symbol on it and an Arabic writing on it. Would you think that's our flag? Would you think, oh, this is the government of America now? You would be like, this is an Arab Islamist jihadist occupation. They took down our flag. Then they started to replace everything that's Iranian, our ministries, our churches, our synagogues, our Jewish community. We had the biggest Jewish community inside of the Middle East, outside of Israel. They wiped them out. They wiped out our Christians, our Zoroastrians. They forced people to convert to Islam. They changed our language in our schools. They started teaching Arabic. Our national anthem, they replaced the national anthem with some weird anthem that no Iranian can even identify with, because every other word of it is Islamic. Again, Iranians are not Arab Islamists.
They were conquered, and now that's being overthrown. Hey, here's a good piece of advice in case you're curious. I might have to try this. I've never done it this way, but...
I'm going to show y'all the real way how to roll up a damn cord. You take one end, come all the way down to the other end.
I got some music on here, so... Lay your cord out. This is just a useful piece of info.
Once you get down to the other end...
This guy was, he was military.
Take one off, put it in the hand like that.
Tell me if you know this strategy of how you do things.
Then you figure eight it. This is how we used to wrap our parachutes up after we land. 82nd Airborne.
82nd Airborne. Wrist to wrist, forearm to forearm.
They never get twisted. They never get entangled. When you get to the end, take the end, you wrap it around, you pull it through, then you got a handle. It never gets twisted. So I'm going to show y'all the real way how.
That's a good video. This ended up with way more. This ended up way more informational than I expected. Yeah, these are the actual people that stop our society from collapsing. I knew by that walk he meant business.
Roll up a damn cord. You take one end, come all the way down to the other end.
Blue collar scholar. Chill, my girl is on this app. He looks like a Florida man. Now I'm just going to wrap it around my hand and my elbow. If testosterone were a human. Here's me immediately looking for a cord to roll. I know. I was like, how many times do I need to do this before my insane abs appear? Someone said, what a bunch of negative comments. These are awesome comments. The slides and the walk let me know that he meant business. Oh, I can't add a GIF on this one, or a GIF. I would put Jay-Z because there's music on it. Anyway. Here's your reminder. Find someone that looks at you like Bill Clinton looks at his Epstein Island memories. That attorney's like, motherfucker, give me that shit. What's wrong with you? Do you realize they're on camera, motherfucker? Give me that fucking thing, fool. That's how I envision her thought bubble saying. Childhood memories unlocked. All right, Satoria Brooke tells us that just in, the House Oversight Committee has voted to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi to testify about the Department of Justice's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case and files. What comes next? Did Trump trick them all? And now they're going to do all of them now that we've done drip, 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 and everybody's accustomed to it and we know? I don't know. Is he playing five-dimensional chess or is he going to get busted? What do you think with Pam Bondi and Trump with this whole Epstein thing? Are they getting ready to drop the hammer, but they had to like slow walk it and pretend like, oh, there's nothing to see here. Oh, I don't know. I would never. Tee-hee-hee. I don't know. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, come on. Okay. Come on. Or is Trump and Bondi about to get busted for this Epstein thing? So we'll do it in the affirmative. How about that? In the affirmative, we will ask, agree or disagree, Trump and Bondi tricked them all into demanding everything, and there's going to be an avalanche of accountability coming soon. Agree with that or disagree with that? Tell me in the comments. But don't just say agree. Say agree, ba 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 ba. Disagree because ba 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 ba. I disagree that Trump tricked them all. I agree that Trump tricked them all. Because when these shows are posted, everybody can see these in perpetuity. And it will be a record. David says, yes, Trump tricked them all. He agrees. Kenneth wonders if Florida man drinks twisted iced tea. I mean, if he listens to Twista. All right, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has some thoughts here about an American submarine and an Iranian warship.
In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective. It is no more.
What does that mean? Soleimani got him twice. I don't know what that means.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani.
Oh, that's what he meant. Okay, hang on. They sank the prize ship named the Soleimani, and they got Soleimani. Okay.
Looks like POTUS got him twice.
Got it. Okay, sorry, I sort of didn't catch that. All right, Toria Brooke continues. Senator Kennedy, Republican, Louisiana. Senator Kennedy's recent questioning of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem raises questions as to whether former DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin's departure stemmed from Noem's use of taxpayer dollars to fund a $200 million ad campaign for recruiting ICE agents. Oh. It sort of looks like they're coming after Kristi Noem right now. Lake Leon says, yes, agree on Trump. Not sure if Spammy even knows what the F is going on. Marion says, question of the day, I hope they tricked them so. Lake Leon, if you consider a canoe a boat, then I have more boats than the Iranian Navy. The recipient, Safe America Media, was founded Feb 6, 25, just days prior to receiving a $143 million award contract from DHS within the $200 million campaign. Contract award issued Feb 14. Safe America Media allegedly subcontracted to a Republican consulting firm, the Strategy Group, wherein McLaughlin's husband, Benjamin Yoho, is CEO. Yo ho ho and a bottle of CEO. Okay, I don't know. According to the official congressional record, DHS Secretary Noem used taxpayer dollars to fund a $200 million ad campaign for recruiting ICE agents, and that Noem used the national emergency declared at the southern border to bypass the normal contract process, which included competitive bidding to award multi-million-dollar contracts to Republican-led ad agencies. Well, I'm not going to go with a Democrat-led agency. That doesn't bother me. One such contractor was formed just days prior to the award, subcontract with the Strategy Group, company run by the husband of senior DHS official Tricia McLaughlin and a close friend of Kristi Noem. Okay. Or you have a working relationship with somebody and you go with somebody that you have a working relationship with. I don't know.
This just in.
What is just in here? Dan Scavino. Anytime Dan Scavino says something, you better pay attention. Any American in the Middle East who wishes to leave, call the State Department at this number.
Right now, from the State Department, they are announcing that since the beginning of this operation, Epic Fury, great news, 17,500 Americans have been able to safely return here to the United States. Another good update yesterday, 8,500 Americans returned to U.S. soil, trying to get an exact number on how many of those were evacuated by the State Department. But however they got here, 8,500 and more Americans back here on U.S. soil out of harm's way. Harris?
On that. And moments ago, I was talking with the Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, and he was saying he could see the shift, that Iran is not firing as much and those airports are running. He noted Abu Dhabi, which is where he was. and he could see the commercial flights and some of those evacs that I would imagine are part of that too. So that is great news. 17,500. I'm marking that now. We are shifting forward. It's been about 106 hours since
this just in right now from the State Department.
Operation Epic Fury began at 1:15 a.m. on Saturday. Jillian, thank you. Operation Epic Fury began at 1.
Former Yankees great Mark Teixeira wins GOP House primary race in Texas. Hey, I think my cousin caught a bat that flew into the stands at a Rangers game. Oh, what's this? Kraken becomes the first crypto exchange to gain access to the Federal Reserve's core payment system. Kraken. Wasn't that Sidney Powell? The Kraken released the Kraken. Iran and Venezuela export most of their crude oil to China. President Trump just took out both of their leaders. The Iran strikes were a resounding success, and they also hurt America's #1 global competitor as the world's hyperpower, China. Strategic on every level. Well, this happened. Former Navy SEAL, according to Town Hall Media, Tim Sheehy, Republican from Montana, springs into action after a heckler starts hysterically screaming about Trump's Iranian strikes.
Ow! No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand! Oh! His hand!
Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. The senator broke his hand. A sitting U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine. Sir. Control your Senate. Arm stuck in the door. Okay, sir. A U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine. Hand stuck. A U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine. You're a coward. Punk.
Protesting in uniform. Why is he a Marine in his blues, screaming protests? He's not authorized to do so.
That's why you got kicked out, fat ass.
Everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please.
I'm getting out of here.
That's fine.
His hand is stuck in there.
Everybody sit down, please. Is your hand okay? Okay.
No, it's not.
This is disgusting. Disgusting.
Just pull it out.
Okay, I think, it cracked back there, didn't it? He did that to himself by holding on for dear life. He stuck his own hand in that slot. Real, actual U.S. Marines don't do that. That protester was certainly not acting like a Marine. No one told you to put your hand in there. Reading the comments, well, the Marine should have not stuck his hand in there. Bravo, Senator Tim Sheehy. King Callie says he's unhinged with the door comment. Barbara says Israel's fighting for us. Get it right. Well, if they get all of our money, if they get most of their money from us, or a ton of their military budget, fine. Let's be intellectually honest. They get a shitload of their military budget from us. That's us through proxy fighting on two fronts. It's not like they're doing it. That's coming from us. Tim Sheehy, former Navy SEAL officer, served from 08 to 14, completing multiple deployments, Iraq and Afghanistan, awarded the Bronze Star with Valor, Purple Heart for his service. These people protesting never cared for troops unless it meets their political needs. Yeah. I mean, looking for a martyr, or this is just a stupid accident. I mean, that hand was... Actually, I'd like an update on that now that I'm kind of curious. Update on the hand of that asshole former Marine who disrupted the meeting and stuck his hand in a door. What is the update? It was like Winnie the Pooh getting stuck in the honey pot. I mean, if the hand was true, I can only imagine. Biting the hand that feeds you. See, that is not the very model of a modern major general. Hello, Grok. I'm still waiting for an answer. Grok is just not going. Oh. What? Hold on. Grok is out of control. Update on the asshole Marine who stuck his hand in a door, disrupting a meeting. Jamie, come on. I'm telling you, if I create an AI, I'm going to call my assistant Jamie. Incident I'm referring to, yeah. Wears dress uniform. Wait, interrupted a hearing. No one wants to fight for Israel. Oh, he's running as a Green Party Senate candidate in North Carolina. You know, he got the grabbed onto the door, helped pry his arm. Treated for injuries, faces charges. Assaulting police, resisting arrest. No official report. Hospital reports pending. Videos show the snap and the immediate outcry. Okay, no result. I was just trying to find out what the... So I'll put this here. Injury update on this. Grok had no update when we checked. He did it to himself. Just like in Minneapolis.
Before.
Oh, this is perfect. This gives me some hope. You know, I brought that up, the audit at Fort Knox still, Lake Leon. I was watching one of these videos on Instagram. Someone had these bars of gold and they tested them, and a couple were fake. They were copper with some gold shiny coating, but you cut into them and you can see they're fakes. I feel like that's what you're going to find in Fort Knox. Where is that audit? Where is that result? I agree. I was just saying that. Sidney Powell talked about the Kraken. That Marine's arm was a Kraken. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, it's all stupid, self-inflicted. It should have never happened, didn't need to happen, self-inflicted, a series of catastrophic decisions. Not intentional. Just like those two in Minneapolis, like it just awful decisions led to their problems. When you're told to leave, leave. Yeah, married to a Palestinian activist. Shocking. Yeah, that is the literal conversation I had with somebody today. And I said, it matters so much. It is so important who you decide to marry. You want to marry some angry Palestinian agitator? Well, it's going to infect your brain. There's no way around it. All right, this is perfect. Watch this on The View. It didn't get the applause that it deserved, but it's so perfect. This is Elizabeth Hasselbeck calling out the View's hypocrisy.
Or the statistics that 0 illegals released into the U.S. for 10 months straight have not crossed, okay? That nearly 3 million aliens have left the United States, that we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, that fentanyl trafficking is down 56% at the border, and daily encounters have gone down 96%. Hang on one second. We need a strong border, especially now with our current global situation. And I believe that you may say you don't want border control and you're against ICE, but I actually don't believe you in your daily lives. How many people in the audience here had to go through security to get here? Raise your hand. Just be honest. Otherwise, you go to jail, I guess, for illegal trespassing, right? This is an authorized audience. They had to go through security to get through the border, to get right here, to just hear us talk. We need strong...
To just hear us talk. You're damn right you got to prove that you're a citizen to vote. You're damn right you got to prove that you're in this country legally with a full background check. You don't do that, you don't deserve to be here. Get the fuck out of here. Say it loud and say it proud. Thank you, Elizabeth Hasselbeck.
Borders more than ever right now. We are being infiltrated.
But Elizabeth, can I give you a
on the border when Renee Good...
There were only like 3 scattered claps. That should have been a full applause break. And this idiot says, what about Renee Good? A series of catastrophically awful decisions.
and Alex Peretti were murdered. And
no, they were not murdered. They were killed because of the result of their terrible actions. They were not murdered.
Death is not a mistake. That was a murder. No,
that was a murder.
Now let me finish.
As were those killed by illegal immigrants.
Let's not be dismissive about the fact.
I'm not dismissive. I just said all their lives matter. Put forward the statistics that 0 illegals released into the U.S. for 10 months straight have not crossed. Okay, that nearly 3 million aliens have left the United States. That we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That fentanyl trafficking is down 56% at the border, and daily encounters have gone down 96%. Hang on one second. We need a strong border, especially now with our current global situation. And I believe that you may say you don't want border control and you're against ICE, but I actually don't believe you in your daily lives. How many people in the audience here had to go through security to get here? Raise your hand. Just be honest. Otherwise, you go to jail, I guess, for illegal trespassing, right? This is an authorized audience. They had to go through security to get through the border, to get right here, to just hear us talk. We need strong borders more than ever right now. We are being infiltrated.
But Elizabeth, can I give you on the border when Renee Good and Alex Peretti were murdered. And
you don't hate her enough. That was not murder. Those were killings based on the terrible decisions that they made. Ben Swan has thoughts on this involvement over in Iran.
So what exactly is the plan in Iran? Because if you listen to the messages coming out of Washington, they change almost daily. First, we were told that this would be a very short operation, just a couple of days. Then it became a few weeks. And now, no one...
That's a lot of music. If there were captions, I would read them. But there are not, so I cannot. Chris responds saying, Ben, get a grip. As ex-military, I'm so glad you don't know the plan from day to day. Our military success is never tied to you understanding it. It's especially tied to our enemies not understanding it. I'm constantly surprised by typically good people getting hijacked by their own ego. Every day you don't get it keeps our troops safer. I mean, that's an unprovable accusation. Just 2 weeks to flatten Iran. Wow, that's a great line. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, just 2 weeks to flatten Iran. Sheriff Gergis says, I'm a big fan of Ben Swan, but in this case, I could see why they wouldn't give the plan for the war so an enemy wouldn't know. But I agree with Ben Swan that there are conflicting data about the cause of the war. Anyway, I would play this if there wasn't the piano music in it. I would love to click the button and take the piano music out. Because I want to consider multiple opinions on these topics. I don't just want to live in an echo chamber. I want to hash these things out with you. I'll listen to these idiots on The View and I'll tell them they're idiots and I'll call them liars when they call that murder. Those were not murders. Those were a series of catastrophically terrible decisions by those 2 people in Minneapolis that led to their own death, just like that former Marine, his alleged injury. I mean, it appears as though that hand has been completely destroyed. I don't know if that's accurate or not. It says it was stuck in there. But if that door swung open and snapped it, a sitting representative in Congress just broke his hand. No, man, you did that to you by doing what you did. It would have never happened if ICE wasn't there. ICE had every right to be there. You did not. Blocking the streets, causing problems, interfering with active investigations. I know, David, they really do hate not knowing what's going on. I get it too. Like, I get the frustration, and we don't want to get lied into another endless forever war. I get that. I respect that. I don't want that. The spew. Problem with the View is they're getting paid to lie. Yep. This lady, she's got a pretty crappy opinion, and then there's an instant clapback from Black Card Denied. What's this lady's name? Brianna Riddick.
You want to know why conservatives and Republicans hate white liberal women so much?
Why do conservatives and Republicans hate white liberal women so much? Are you ready for an incorrect, incoherent reason? Come on, you know it's coming.
It's because they need us. No.
Oh, it's because they need us.
Scarlett, the issue is your overt racism wrapped in a smile and a white savior complex.
Damn.
You've been conditioned to believe that nothing can succeed without you, that our progress requires your approval, your presence, and your guidance.
It is very condescending that they are the smartest people in the room and they have to speak for everybody else. It is a mind virus with the angry white female leftist. The awfuls. And as a white, I can't stand the angry white female leftists either. I have no problem with, well, angry people do get annoying. White, I don't have a problem with white. Liberal, ugh. Leftist, ugh.
And because your sense of value is tied to being needed, you've created policies and movements that keep people dependent on you. Because the moment a Black person or a Hispanic person doesn't align with your value system, the one that positions you as the gatekeeper to our success, you flood our DMs, calling us traitors to our race. You police us like
calling you traitors to your race. Yeah, you'll rarely hear more vicious racial clapbacks than that of a leftist when they find somebody who looks a certain way that doesn't behave the way they want them to. It's very telling.
Overseers, you put us in our place and you chase us like slave catchers, trying to drag us back into dependency so you can keep calling yourself an ally. That's why people are done with white liberalism. It's not because you're powerful. It's because you need to feel like you are by any means necessary.
Pretty good.
Do you want to know why?
Do you want to know why? What's that? Let them cook? There was a good quote, but I can't find it now, so we'll move on. But yeah, they've got a savior complex. David says, no, I don't need crazy and insane in my life. Crazy insane or insane crazy. When I say Hussein, you say shady. My views ain't changed a humane way. It's 2 days late. Actually, let me look that up. Jamie, pull that song up by Eminem where he says, crazy insane or insane crazy. When I say Hussein, you say shady. My views ain't changed. Where's it at? When I say Hussein, you say shady. They gave me different lyrics. No. Full Geez, lyrics of that song with that line. Jamie, you're acting up. I need you to do a little bit better. When I say give me the lyrics, I need them. Come on now, it's on. Get on now, it's on. No. The boogeyman of rap, back with a plan to ambush this Bush administration. Come on, give me the right lyrics. The fifth time. You know, it sort of takes the energy out of the thing. Don't make me use Google. Crazy insane or insane crazy. When I say Hussein, you say shady. My views ain't changed. Give me the full lyrics to that Eminem song. Now, I swear, Grok just gets moody and testy, and like sometimes they give you worse and worse answers sometimes. All right. Highlight the lyrics I am asking for, because they're not in there. Oh my God. I got to go to Google. Square dance with me. There we go. So where are the full lyrics? Come on. Square dance lyrics. Grok, WTF. Here are the lyrics. You made me use Google. Shame on you. All right, let me see. You know, this is really taking more time than I anticipated. Oh, it's verse 2. Yeah, let your hair down to the track. Yeah, kick on back. Boo, the boogie monster of rap. Yeah, the man's back with a plan to ambush this Bush administration. Mush the Senate's face and push this generation of kids to stand and fight for the right to say something you might not like. This white hot light that I'm under. No wonder I look so sunburnt. Oh no, I won't leave no stone unturned. Oh no, I won't leave, won't go nowhere. Do-si-do. Oh yo ho, hello there. Oh yeah, don't think I won't go there. Go to Beirut and do a show there. Yeah, you laugh till your motherfucking ass gets drafted while you're in band camp thinking that crap can't happen till you fuck around and get an anthrax napkin inside a package wrapped in saran wrap, wrapping, open the plastic, and then you stand back gasping, fucking assassins hijacking Amtrak's crashing. All this terror, America demands action. Next thing you know, you got Uncle Sam's ass asking to join the army or what you do for the Navy. You're just a baby getting recruited at 18. You're on a plane now eating the food and the baked beans. I'm 28. They gonna take you for they take me. Crazy insane or insane crazy. When I say Hussein and you say shady. My views ain't changed, still inhumane. Wait, arraigned 2 days late. The date's today. Hang me. See, that's the part I never learned. That last part. My views ain't changed, still inhumane. Wait, arraigned 2 days late. The date's today. Hang me. I've never learned that. It was always like ding, 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 ding. If I couldn't make it up. My views ain't changed, still inhumane. Wait, arraigned 2 days late. The date's today. Hang me. Come on. Can I get a little? David, you did that. David, you did that to me. I blame you for taking me down that rabbit hole. Can I get some applause? It's a great song. I love that whole Eminem album. It's like the wordplay is so good. That was just the second verse, though. Never been the type to bend or budge, the wrong button to push, no friend of Bush. I'm the centerpiece, you're a Maltese, I'm a pit bull off his leash. All this peace talk can cease. All these people I had to leave in limbo. I'm back now, I've come to release this info. I'll be brief and let me just keep shit simple. Can a bitch no want to... Can I bitch don't want no beef with Slim? No. Not even on my radar, so won't you please jump off my dick, lay off and stay off, and follow me as I put these crayons to chaos, from seance to seance. Yeah, the second verse is way better. Okay. Thanks for the detour, David. Our doctor reports an overwhelming poll just dropped finding President Trump's MAGA Republican approval rating at 98%, with just 2% disapproving for Fox News. Massive support from the base. Democrats keep thinking MAGA will abandon Trump, but it's not happening. Mag says podcast bros on suicide watch. No wonder Marjorie Trader Green quit. She knew she was going to get Cheney.
What is your goal, Mr. President?
All right. Thomas Massey is not happy with the president.
And it will send more swarms of refugees into Europe and the United States. Iran is not Venezuela. The Ayatollah was not a president. He was a religious leader from a region notorious for radical Islamists. And the United States and Israel turned him into a martyr. And in the process of doing so, we've already expended billions of dollars, and more solemnly, 6 American families must now lay to rest their sons and daughters. And for what? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war. And it will send more swarms of refugees into Europe. I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war. I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war. I think the most candid answer.
Okay. So there's an interpretation there. All right, take a listen to this just as a thought exercise. I don't know who the original Frank Lee. Not sure what this is, but this is an interesting fan fiction. Mr. Poole says this. Tell me what you think. 3 soldiers died today, not for oil, not for land, not for oil, not for land, for the children. March 1, 2026. Mr. Poole writes, The Pentagon confirmed 3 American service members killed in action, 3 more wounded, the first casualties of Operation Epic Fury. The media will use their deaths to question the war. We will use their sacrifice to tell you why this war is being fought. It's what happened in the last 24 hours, they write. While every camera on Earth pointed at Tehran, the real operation happened in silence. Interpol arrested 7 people across 4 European countries, France, Germany, Austria, Belgium, all connected to Epstein's financial network. Not one headline. 2 private jets grounded at Zurich Airport, passengers, a former EU commissioner, and a retired NATO general, both named in the March 1 files. Harvard's most decorated economist resigned. His name appears on the Butterfly Foundation recipient list, the $340 million Epstein Trust. Bill and Hillary Clinton testified before Congress this week, under oath, behind closed doors. The DOJ released the files. The arrests are happening in Europe because that's where they ran. The Tehran connection. At 2 a.m. last night, a few nights ago, U.S. forces struck Tehran. Khamenei is dead. 14 minutes later, U.S. Special Operations Team entered an underground facility 40 kilometers south of Tehran. Not a military target, not a nuclear site, a server farm, the last backup of the Epstein blackmail tapes. 3,412 hours of footage, every president since Clinton, every billionaire, every Hollywood icon. 3 copies, 3 continents, all now in DOJ custody. The war in Iran isn't about regime change, it's about evidence recovery. Trump sent soldiers to die, not for oil, but for the tapes that will bring down the most powerful people on earth. Next 72 hours, European arrest warrants for 3 more Epstein associates. One is a sitting EU Parliament member. Yesterday, congressional hearing on Clinton testimony. The leaks have already started. March 7, Bondi presents all evidence, files, financials, and the tapes to a federal grand jury. Every domino is falling. Every exit is blocked. To the 3 who gave their lives, you didn't die for a politician's war. You died for the truth. You died so that 3,412 hours of evidence could never be destroyed. You died so that the children who were trafficked, filmed, and forgotten could finally have justice. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. The storm isn't coming. The storm is here. And today we paid the price. Honor them, share this. The world must know why they fought. The files just dropped and names are falling. Bondi kept her promise. The DOJ just released 1,247 pages of Epstein operational files. Not the names you already know, not the redacted depositions, the machine behind the monster. Mr. Poole continues, 14 private flight corridors used between 2001 and 2018, not just to the island. New York to Zorro Ranch, New Mexico flights. Teterboro, a private airstrip in the Dominican Republic that doesn't exist on any FAA registry. Paris-les-Bourget, a military base in Morocco officially decommissioned in 2004. It wasn't. Palm Beach, to a yacht dock in Montenegro. Passengers transferred to a vessel registered to a shell company in the Isle of Man. These weren't vacations, these were supply chains. $2.1 billion through 14 shell companies across 7 countries. Deutsche Bank processed $487 million flagged as consulting fees. The compliance officer filed 3 reports, all 3 deleted. JP Morgan received $158 million from Epstein-linked accounts after his 2008 conviction. A Cayman Islands trust called Butterfly Foundation distributed $340 million to 29 recipients. The 29 names include 3 sitting U.S. senators, 2 former cabinet secretaries, and the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, writes Mr. Poole. Epstein's properties had 67 hidden cameras running 24/7 in clocks, smoke detectors, bathroom mirrors. 3,412 hours of footage exist. The FBI seized it in 2019. James Comey's daughter was assigned as lead prosecutor. She had the tapes. 0 indictments followed. Bondi's team recovered backup copies from 3 locations. Swiss Alps bunker raided Feb 14. Tel Aviv server seized Feb 21. Tehran facility secured by U.S. military Feb 28. All 3 copies now in Department of Justice custody. All 3 match. A senator whose name appears on 11 flight manifests issued a denial through his lawyer. A Hollywood studio head deleted all social media at 4:17 a.m. A tech CEO canceled his Barcelona appearance. His jet filed a flight plan to New Zealand, running to bunkers, just like we told you yesterday. What happens next? March 7, Bondi presents full unredacted evidence to a federal grand jury, first time in history. March 15, military tribunal authority activates for civilian cases. Executive Order 14189.60, the 60-day window closes. The names, the routes, the payments, the tapes. March 7, the tapes. Everything they spent 25 years hiding is now in the hands of the American people. Trump said it. The storm is here. He wasn't speaking in metaphors. The next drop will be devastating. Stay ready. So, what in hell do you make of that? Oh, why was this on a... When did I put it like that? It was supposed to be like that. Sorry, guys. I was so busy reading it, I didn't see what the screen looked like. Like, Leon, let it rip. David says, sounds like it's go time. I know, David, what happened to Massey? I don't know. I've invited him on the program a bunch of times. I would love to ask him that. Him and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker. I don't know. Kenneth asks, can we get an emergency broadcast system to end this mess? Is it green light time? I don't know. Fingers crossed. Now, look, I don't even know Mr. Poole. I read this and I found it interesting. You know what my comment was? It's sitting right there. Let me point the other right there. We called it a wild fan fiction theory. I'm not telling you any of that is true. I found it super interesting. There's many components I was unaware of in there. And when I say unaware of, I don't know if any of it's true. Swiss bunkers and this and that, and Iran wasn't about Iran. It was actually about Epstein. You're like, what? But if even half of that turns out to be accurate, remember that you heard it here. And I never presented it as true. I presented it as, that's unique. That's different. That's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. What type of chicanery and tomfoolery that is. Playing a game of narco polo. Kind of a kaleidoscope cornucopia of hullabaloo and rigmarole. Yes, I glanced down at my notes where I wrote that. I write fun phrases. So, yeah. Stay tuned. Could any of that be accurate? I don't know. We called it wild fan fiction theory. Found it interesting. That's all I can tell you for sure. Apparently, Shame and Epstein Walk of Shame has popped up in the Washington, D.C. park. Post shares this. Child S. trafficker and artist. Farragut Square. Ghislaine Maxwell. Bill Gates. Bill Clinton. Epstein. Each star had a QR code that links to articles and public records discussing the person's reported ties to Epstein. George Mitchell, former Senate Majority Leader. Prince Andrew, Larry Summers. Dan Snyder. Clarence Thomas. What was Clarence Thomas? Why would they say that? CEO of Sports Talent Agency? I don't know. That's the problem with the list, the generic list. Guilt by association, no real facts to prove much of anything. All right. This video is created digitally. It's not AI generated it. generated. The poster creates clips in DCS, Digital Combat Simulator. The poster discreetly describes this at the bottom of the caption, stating the video was created digitally. It's believed that the poster does this and adds Iran to garner views and interactions. I guess I'll give that a thumbs up. Everybody's sharing this, so I guess, because that was my question. I'm like, is this real? Didn't I put a comment in there along those lines? I thought I had a comment on this.
B-2 stealth bomber. The chief told us this thing was going to come by today and fly around the carrier. It's like a morale boost for the sailors. We're in the Persian Gulf, not far from Iran right now. There's a lot going on. Now we have a stealth bomber flying over us just to fire us up. This thing is awesome. Look at that thing. It's so loud. I love it. That's the United States Air Force B-2 Spirit. Who knows what kind of bombing runs this thing was just on right now. Last night. Operational at night. Look at that thing. We're in the Persian Gulf. This is the Persian Gulf.
All right. So it's a created clip. It's getting harder and harder to identify what's true and what's not. David says, I can feel it. We know it's coming. I can't hold my breath on this anymore. It's, what are we waiting for? Bladeless fans. That was once fan fiction. Bridget Gabriel talks about within the Arabic world, how is President Trump viewed?
He is a liberator and a hero around the world. I'm monitoring world press. I'm monitoring the press in the Middle East. And you cannot believe the respect for America, the respect for President Trump all throughout the Arabic world, even including in Lebanon, where Hezbollah is headquartered. Even the majority of the Lebanese are rejoicing, of course not the Shiite Muslims, rejoicing of what President Trump did. This is a historic moment because Khomeini, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, was so influential and an important figure in history. He was equivalent to Lenin or Joseph Stalin or Mao Zedong. And to take him out, this is changing reshaping the world. This is great news, and of course the Iranians are celebrating worldwide. If you are a freedom-loving person anywhere throughout the world right now, you are rejoicing, unless you're a Democrat in the United States. He is a liberator and a hero around.
Yeah, Mahmoud said that Netanyahu and Trump are viewed enormously viewed very positively right now.
And I warned the Europeans
some more clips
many, many years ago that it will eventually end in your own backyard.
Visegrad 24.
That level of extremism, of radical Islam, is beginning to be felt in Europe. I remember a conversation I had with a member of the
There's a lot of music here about immigration problems.
House of Lords in the early 80s. And I said, the way Europe looks at the Middle East is like a far distant area. It doesn't affect us. They're fighting each other over there. And I remember telling him, this is probably 1982, that one of these days it's going to be in your own backyard. And guess what? It is not in your own
Islamic terrorism all across Europe.
Backyard. Unfortunately, there's a certain angle of thinking here, mostly the leftists. The minute you say that, it's, oh, you're Islamophobic. Do you think that people in Saudi Arabia or in the UAE or in Iran, when they talk about radical Islam, they are Islamophobic? They are Muslims. Can't you tell the difference? And I warned the Europeans many, many years ago that
Europe is not.
You are the son of the last Shah of Persia, of Iran. How should I actually officially address you, His Royal Highness?
Iran's crown prince. This is Reza Pahlavi.
You know, I don't care about titles. The important thing is you hear me.
There's a lot of music.
What I have to say on behalf of my compatriots. I let people call me whatever they want.
Okay, too much music, but thanks. I don't know if there's a real quote or not. I gotta look it up. Did Schwarzkopf going to war This is the type of quote that I would say is probably, I would not put a high degree of likelihood on. The quote is real. Commonly, though slightly misremembered, attributed to General Norman Schwarzkopf, Stormin' Norman of the 1991 Gulf War. Going to war without the French is like going deer hunting without an accordion. All you do is scare away the deer. France's participation or lack thereof didn't add much military value, but made things louder, noisier, and more chaotic and annoying. All right, so pretty close to that. Right now in America, there are protesters protesting the death of a man that murdered protesters for protesting. Yes, God bless America. Right now in America, there are protesters protesting the death of a man that murdered protesters for protesting. Tell me in the comments, how many times did you vote for President Trump? The 3-time Trump voters are like, let's go, hands up in the air. Oh, look at that. You can see all the green screen behind me. Wait, I'm in a bar. By the way, Rumble Rants and Super Chats. I do work at the bar. You can tip me. I do enjoy the tips. I do enjoy the tips. We're going to play a game. It's called Just the Tip, just for a second. Just see how it feels. But type in the comments, how many times did you vote for President Trump? People that have voted 3 times, like, hey, let's go. Hands up on the roller coaster. First time Trump voters are like, what the heck is this? Yeah, we're not fazed by much at this point. That's what happens when American liberals find out that Iran no longer has nuclear weapons to wipe out America. Oh, my gosh. Oh, let me give you some tissues. It's going to be okay. Angry white female leftist. It'll be okay. Maybe you're a female leftist too. Both of you. Maybe. Never felt so never seen you shine so. Aww. We're going to say bless. With a whole bunch of S's. Video by Israel Army, maybe. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but they're claiming this is Khamenei's residence, and this is the bombing video by Israeli Army. Bricknell News says the Israeli Army today released dramatic footage, it says, shows the destruction of a compound in Tehran linked to the Iran Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, following a targeted strike. According to Israeli military officials, the operation focused on what they described as a high-value strategic site. Video shared by the Israeli Defense Forces appeared to show massive explosions and the structure reduced to rubble. Iranian authorities have not yet provided full details regarding the damage or possible casualties. The strike marks a significant escalation in the ongoing confrontation between Israel and Iran, raising concerns of a broader regional instability. That's bad, like a boom, 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 boom. Gotta mute. But that whole block. Boom, boom, boom. Taken out. That whole block just gone. It's hypnotizing, isn't it? Kenneth voted 3 times. Once, twice, 3 times a MAGA. Like Leon voted all 3, and a 4th one incoming. Marion 3 times for Trump, would be happy to vote for him a 4th time. See if Congress can change those laws. All right, is this accurate? AF Post says Israeli government is facing a lawsuit after failing to pay influencers for pro-government propaganda posts. That would be way too on the nose. No jokes. Let's ask Grok. Is Israel facing lawsuits for not paying influencers for posts? That'd be a little too... Let's see what it says. Drum roll, please. Summer, summer, summertime. All right, Grok, are you there? Jamie. Come on, man. Speed it up. I'm trying to debunk or bunk. Is Israel facing lawsuits for not paying influencers for posts? Yes. Oh, my goodness. This is a little too on brand. A little too on the nose. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to make of this. Wow. Apparently, this is true. Lawsuits for millions, recruited for public diplomacy at the height of the crisis and found no one to pay them. Wow. Forgery of a signature by a former employee of the Prime Minister's office, the body that's supposed to manage the campaign for Israel's image in the world during wartime. Several private companies and individuals suing Prime Minister's office, related bodies for millions of shekels. Oh boy. Hundreds of thousands to over $500,000 plus US dollars per case in unpaid fees. Recruited after October 7 to produce content, counter protests, and manage media ops and promote Israel's messaging globally. Some say they were promised specific rates, thousands per post or monthly salaries, but never got proper contracts or payments, with some debts outstanding for months. This follows earlier reports of Israel paying U.S. influencers up to $7,000 per post via subcontractors for pro-Israel content. Some of the arrangements led to FARA complaints, unregistered foreign agents, but the current lawsuits focus on non-payment to contractors and influencers. Situation described as Israel's online propaganda network unraveling due to unpaid bills and lack of formal contracts. Wow. This is a story I felt like, I don't even think this could be true. So let's debunk it. No, it appears very bunked. Not debunked, but very bunked. We just asked, is this accurate? Just like we said, the other post was fan fiction. We can talk about things without endorsing them. Wow. There have got to be jokes to be made here. Just like how I pointed out that there were 357 people in Congress who said that we shouldn't expose the SUL misconduct payments, the slush fund. 357 is a Magnum. Magnum is a brand of condom. There's a lot of jokes there. Kenneth, John, Marion, David, everybody. Sarah. Nick, if you're watching quietly. Bear, if you're watching quietly on your grandma's TV. Oh my God. Just the concept that I could be on somebody's television. Tune in to hear Brian. Man, sometimes you have no idea what you're going to get. I guess that's maybe why you tune in. That's why people tune in to Howard Stern. You never know what you're going to get. Yeah, so I need jokes about the Israel government failing to pay pro-Israel lawsuits for propaganda. And I need jokes about 357 congressional members voting against exposing the slush fund for sexual misconduct. Magnum. 357 Magnum, Magnum condoms. All right.
what you used to know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening to the song and I didn't read the thing. That's the definition of a drug dealer. He never uses his own product. You used to know. The CEO of Pepsi was recorded saying he'd never let his their product. Mark Zuckerberg puts tape over his laptops and camera microphone. Steve Jobs banned his kids from using the iPad. I believe most of these are true. Bill Gates strictly limited his children's tech use. CEO of McDonald's claims he doesn't touch his own company's food. Very telling. Oh, did you hear this back and forth? This is important. Did Candace get paid? Oh, I don't think so. Did Tucker? Tucker Carlson? Maybe paid by Qatar. Maybe not paid by Israel. All right, here's Steve-O and Joe Rogan. This is an important back and forth because you might know people who feel this way and you got to set them straight.
More people than ICE this year? Trans shooters. Do you know the...
He said who killed more people than ICE this year? Trans shooters.
Majority of these high school shootings have been transgender people?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Talked to this transgender person, like, hey, can I run something by you? And I spoke with them. They described to me a level of oppression that genuinely fucking broke my heart. They said, hey, let me tell you, like, I am not allowed to use the bathroom at my own place of work. We've got, like,
That's not true. They're just not allowed to use the bathroom. It doesn't align with their biological sex.
Okay.
But you got to realize, they're not all... Listen, I genuinely think there's people that feel like they are in the wrong biological sex.
Sure.
Right? But there's also people that are fucking perverts. And they have a thing called autogynephilia. And what that is they get a turn on by pretending to be a woman. They get excited by it. And they want to be around women. And they're creeps. So you give them a fucking Willy Wonka golden ticket to go into the women's locker room and the women's bathroom and stare at women and pretend you're a woman when you're just a crazy man and you're actually into women.
Okay.
That's real too, man.
I don't doubt that that's real, and I know that it's a super complex, nuanced thing.
But here's what's not complex. What is your chromosomes?
Right.
Okay? This is the same thing for competing.
Right.
All these fucking mental gymnastics that seemingly intelligent people do to justify biological males competing with females.
Oh, I'm with the, I don't think anybody's
It's the same
that.
thing.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Right.
And especially as speaking as a man who has daughters, like, there are creeps. And if you give a creep, and I'm not saying all trans people are creeps.
Right.
But a lot of these fucking people that are in trouble for going into women's bathrooms dressed as a woman with a fucking beard and a heart on are just that. They're creeps.
Right, okay.
Yep. Not all, but many, 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 so you don't allow it.
They're crazy men. And these crazy men, their entire life, they would get beaten up for that. And now all of a sudden, they have to be accepted. So you've got two things going on at the same time.
For sure.
You've got people with gender dysphoria that genuinely wish they were a woman or genuinely wish they were a man. And by the way, it's men that are the problem. No one gives a fuck about trans men going into the men's bathroom. Come on in. Who cares?
Right.
Who cares? Oh, a girl's going to shit next to you? Or what is she going to do? She's going to pee out of a funnel?
Right,
what is she going to do? Like,
hey,
no one's going to get hurt.
I'm not arguing.
No one.
Some comments here. Steve-O is the example of toxic empathy. Steve-O was never someone I'd ever listen to or take advice from. Yeah, one guy is a guy with daughters and the other guy is a guy with no kids. This is an example of when California meets Texas. That's a good comment.
No one's going to get hurt. This is the problem. When you allow perverts to have this hall pass to go into women's locker rooms and bathrooms.
Yeah.
So you can't say you're not allowed to use the bathroom where you work. That's not true. You're just not allowed to use the women's room where other women are in there because you're not a woman. And I know you wish you were a woman or whatever's going on.
Okay.
But you're
you know
not.
what? You make a very, very good point.
If you're a woman, talk to most women about this. And it's, unless they're insanely captured by this woke ideology where they can't see reality and the fact that perverts are still a real fucking thing.
Yeah.
And this loophole. You've given loopholes. Like, there's men in prison. I think it's like 47 biological males in California are housed in women's prisons. Some of them are sex offenders. Some of them in Canada. There's a guy in Canada that they had to pay for his boob job while he was in jail for being a sex offender. And
Can you believe that?
They put him in a women's prison. Yeah.
I'm not arguing with
There's
any of that.
men who have pretended to be women, gone into women's prison, had sex with women and impregnated them. There's men who have sexually assaulted and raped women in prison that are pretending to be women with functional dicks.
I just thought, man, I heard what they had to say about, you know, politicians trying to put them in internment camps and, you know.
Who's doing that? What politicians?
How does somebody absorb that garbage and then go repeat it? So many women do this, the awfuls, the angry white female leftists. Young here says, dude gets pulled aside by one trans and just believes every word he tells him and then brings it to Joe Rogan. Johnny says, Rogan is the most level-headed dude, and that's why I absolutely love him. He spits nothing but logic. He would make a great leader. Landing, Steve-O is sold out. He lost the ability to critically think. Is Steve-O tar? Is his mental capacity slow? Brain rot by the media. To be fair, Steve-O has massive brain damage. He's had it for a long time. Joe has this argument locked in. Your performative empathy is no match for a man with daughters. Ooh, yeah. It's not that complex. No, it's not.
Politicians are saying they should be put in
I think
internment
that there
camps.
was some kind of
There might be one kook out there that's saying that to try to get attention. There's no movement to try to put transgender people in internment camps.
Okay, well then I'll land on this.
Do you know who's killed more people than ICE this year? Trans shooters. Do you know the majority of these high school shootings have been transgender people?
I did not know that.
Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, we have to understand that, like, what is more important? One person's feelings or the safety of all these women? And the safety of all these women is much more important.
Yep.
So you gotta be kind to people, but also you gotta have rules. There's a reason why there's a woman's room and a men's room. It's because some men are fucking creeps. And if you allow those creeps to just put on a dress, well, and again, I'm not saying all.
All right. It's a pretty good argument there. Some of that, take it, file it away if you have to have that conversation. Lives of TikTok reports, Fox is reporting, a Michigan mosque held a memorial service to honor Ayatollah Khomeini for his martyrdom. The imam then called the U.S. military evil. You will never guess who this imam is. A good friend of the Democrat Party. Hi, Governor Whitmer. Your friend just called the U.S. evil and held a memorial honoring Khomeini, a terror leader responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Americans. Any comment? Anna Hoffman. We gave him taxpayer funding under Whitmer's newcomer rental subsidy program. Oh, really? Why? Michigan Democrats, including Mike Duggan, are friends with this radical Islamic imam who made U.S. extremist report and held a memorial the other day for Iranian terrorists, calling them martyrs. We must win in 2026. The extremist Iranian and Democrat ally helping resettle newcomers in Michigan, an invading army. Dearborn area imam, who was featured in a George Washington University report on extremism last year, received $13,000 in taxpayer funds via newcomer rental subsidies provided by the state of Michigan. Under a FOIA request, Michigan enjoyer confirmed Hezbollah alignment of Muhammad Ali Elahi, imam of Dearborn's Islamic House of Wisdom. Many deportations needed. Okay, Joe Rogan talking about feminism and what they've done to change society. Not for the better.
You really can't make this stuff up.
They pushed feminism because they said if we can push mothers and women into the workforce and we double the workforce, workers of the world unite, you know what I'm saying? Through the university systems, we can kind of propagandize the young
Yes, propagandize the women, and then things will change.
women to be socialists and to be Marxists because they kind of tend that way anyway. The way that women's brains work is very like communitarian for a reason.
Communitarian and seemingly lacking a self-preservation instinct for some reason.
We're moms. So it's very easy to radicalize, and this isn't my opinion. You can just read the writings of these people, and they tell you. All these early 1800s writers were saying we need to get women away from the home and away.
Yeah, get women away from the home and away from the kids. And then what happens? You turn the kids into brain-rotted, purple-haired, septum-pierced junkies. And you turn the women into angry white female leftists. You ruin an entire generation, entire demographics of people that way.
Away from being mothers and push them into the workplace because then we can politicize them, we can motivate them into becoming revolutionaries instead of staying home with your kids and doing all these things for your
Yeah, you're hardwired to create a family and raise that family, but instead, why don't you become a warrior out in the street for Marxism, to steal from successful people and destroy your nation.
family, for your community. You're doing them for a corporation and are away from your kids all day. Where do they go? They go to public schools.
Indoctrination camps.
Where the public school system then can dictate to them what the values should be, what the worldview should be instead
What a mess we have found ourselves in.
of the parents.
You really can't make this stuff.
And when you double the workforce, you can cut the pay in half. All right, Representative Anna Paulina Luna says it's disgusting how Congress protects its own corruption. No wonder the American people hate us. Take a listen.
All right. I support Representative Mace's subpoena here, as well as the amendment to it. And I just think it's really disgusting how this institution protects itself, because y'all just half of them voted to send this stuff to House Ethics, where you know it's going to die. We know that members of Congress are using taxpayer dollars to pay off sexual harassment. We just had a member of Congress literally sexually harass a woman that then lit herself on fire, and you guys all protected him. You guys all protected my own side, your side. And so if you guys want to talk about victims, if you want to go out and virtue signal, and then you guys are going to kill her stuff on the floor and then try to pass it. Yeah, of course, we should subpoena all of this stuff. But just, I'm not going to sit here and play games. I think it's a complete fraud. I think that's why the American people hate us. I think the midterms are coming up and everyone should go on record for this. And I hope that members are exposed for this. I hope it goes back, I think, to the 70s, because it's wrong that it's happening. It's wrong that we cover up for it. It's wrong that we can't censor our own side because people are busy making deals because you guys don't want to censor your side. It's a deal that's been cut, and people hate us for it. So yeah, I support it.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. Luna.
Man, she was Luna. Just calls her Luna. Okay, what is this story? February 25th, during a House Oversight Committee hearing on federal workforce issues. How did I miss this? How did I not hear this story? Female staffer, later identified as a Capitol Hill aide in her 20s, self-immolated in the hearing room as a protest against U.S. policy on Gaza, Israel, poured flammable liquid on herself and lit it, suffering severe burns. As security and medical personnel rushed to help the burning woman, Representative Crockett, sitting nearby, stood up, pointed at staffers trying to assist, and shouting something along the lines of, "Get her out of here, move her out," while appearing agitated. I didn't even see this story at all. Is that what she's talking about? Life-threatening burns, status unknown. What? What was this story at all? I don't even know what they're talking about. Is this what Representative Luna was talking about? Member of Congress literally sexually harassed a woman and then lit herself on fire. But these are like two different stories, aren't they? Clip of Luna's remarks. Oh, I didn't even see this story. Page not found on Breitbart. Okay. Mediaite. No results. Okay, there's nothing here about this story. What are they talking about? Daily Caller? Can't find this page. What the fudge is happening? This is a story that got erased from The Hill. Doesn't have it either. This is crazy. They've shared all these and all these pages. Did you get lost? Can't find the link. I am super intrigued by this story. Something has gone wrong. Okay, Okay. Link me to the story of the self-immolation. None of your links worked. Did any of you hear this story? No, that link does not work. Okay, we've done this before. None of these links work. Woman lit herself on fire. So where is the... I don't see this story other than what Luna said. Oh my gosh. I don't see this story. Now I'm super interested in this story. Just because I didn't hear it. Congressman referenced in the video is Tony Gonzalez. Regina Santos Aviles died by S via... What? All right, I guess I got some studying to do because, like, this story, I can't. In a fire incident. Are you sure it was intentional? That's very specific. She didn't just K herself. If you lit yourself, I mean, is that true or is that being... Also, Britney Spears arrested for DUI last night. Not particularly surprised. She's been having a tough go of things. All right. I've sort of reached a wall on this story. All right. Calling her a hot chick. Now, fellas, come on. All right. Yeah, okay. Is Luna referring to the Gonzalez mistress with the fire comment? Or something else? I'm confused. Something we don't need to be confused about. Flock cameras being installed across America. It's not just a license plate.
I just talk a lot and I've lost my voice, but as you'll hear, timing matters, so I want to make sure that I still speak today. My name is Taylor, and I spoke here last month to discuss my concern regarding the county's partnership with flock safety. But I first really do want to thank Chairman Lisa Cupid for opening up a space to allow me to speak with Chief Farrell. It helps me try to remain confident that you all do not want to intentionally share this data out. But I do want to continue to speak on the record on why you have been sold a lie. While the community continues to be told this is just a license plate reader, the contract paints a different story. This contract includes video feeds, not just plate numbers, AI analytics, and the ability to add cameras and devices over time. This is not a fixed tool. This is infrastructure that is designed to grow. We are told that the data is deleted after 30 days, but as of a couple weeks ago, Flock Safety updated their terms and conditions that state the customer, which is again Cobb County Police Department, grants Flock a perpetual, irrevocable worldwide license to use customer data to provide services to improve its products. Perpetual, for the record, means forever, and irrevocable means it cannot be withdrawn. This license does not expire when the contract ends. So while Cobb PD may only have access to that data for 30 days, Flock retains the right to use that data indefinitely. Every second that these cameras operate, more data is generated under that license. And I think we can even see that with the Guthrie case, where she didn't purchase the Ring subscription to have her data stored, and yet they were able to still pull that data. It's a little concerning. And this really matters when you look at the future of this company. Flock Safety holds a patent describing the ability to search video using characteristics such as gender, clothing, body type, gait, and race and ethnicity. Whether those features are deployed today or not, the platform is built to evolve. This isn't about stolen cars or some means of solving crimes. I'm not questioning, if the tool works. My question is, are we comfortable giving permanent data rights to a private company who is funded by Peter Thiel, works and integrates with Palantir, and calls concerned citizens like myself domestic terrorists?
Oh boy.
Or even when city councils have been able to cancel these contracts, Flock Safety has been known many times to add those cameras back without city approval. So again, I'm asking the question, are we comfortable giving permanent data rights to a private company before we have fully evaluated those long-term consequences? I urge you to please reconsider whether these terms reflect the caution of our community deserves, especially in a political climate like we are in today. I know I probably have a few more seconds left. I'm a product manager. I work with data all the time, and I'm constantly in trainings of how we should be thinking about how we give our data. And the data that we're really talking about is everyone in this room. Hello.
So we should be aware of this. Be very concerned about these spy apps, it seems. Yes, we should. That was interesting that they said, even if you don't buy that Ring program, they still have all your data stored. And maybe it's time to switch out from your Ring, right? All right. Tune out from this story if you want. It's not, it's the worst, but it's not the worst, but it's the worst. All right. FBI thought it was important to photograph this. Actual jerky. How do you walk jerky? When was the last time you heard analyzing jerky? Did we analyze jerky? JoJo is walking you over jerky. Jerky is not regular food. Epstein, obsessed with jerky, gets very upset when he doesn't have it. Francis Derby, who wanted to touch base about jerky in the Epstein files, is executive of a very small and exclusive restaurant called The Cannibal. Francis Derby. Jenny Enterprise, miss you, still eating beef jerky for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Epstein is added to this, just breakfast, 2013. Steve needs 6 to 8 portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, 2 pounds. It lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for Little St. John, and some of that will go to Steve and the rest to you at LSJ when I arrive. Do you mean you prepared only 3 ounces a day? Concerned after being off and back since Monday that somehow I have no jerky again. I am very, very annoyed. Jeffrey Epstein to Francis Derby. For certain individuals, psychological addiction. The act of cannibalism can activate the brain's pleasure centers and release large amounts of dopamine. Similar to the neurochemical response seen with drug use, this leads to a conditioning response where the individual seeks to repeat the behavior in order to achieve that feeling again. Absolutely disturbing. Can bring a little baby back for you or 2, boys or girls. My God, what even is all this stuff? Okay. There it is. All right. Is it time yet? Are we done with this national nightmare? Any justice on the horizon? Okay. When someone says, if you talk about your political views, you're going to lose followers. Wow. Well, if I talk about my political views, I'm going to lose followers. Well,
let's see. What was I going to say in response to that? Oh, right. I don't care.
I don't care. That's the comment. I don't care button. Nope.
Now.
All right. Forget this guy's name. Oh, Higbee. Carl Higbee, I think. It's a pretty good point about peace.
Not one of the 1.3 million troops that we have set foot in Iran for this op, and yet, in 48 hours, we did the equivalent of taking out their entire cabinet. Their joint chiefs, gone. Their Pentagon, dust. Their White House, gone. 80% of their Air Force, sinking and disabling a quarter of their Navy. Shutting off their internet, blocking satellite transmission. Then just for fun, we hacked their national TV networks just to play Trump's speech about liberating Iran. Funny, also, too, all of a sudden Russia wants to have conversations with us. Bet you China ain't feeling so good either. You see, peace is when you're capable of great violence and choose not to use it because no one else questions your ability. Which
that part. Yeah, being peaceful, that's not the virtue. Being dangerous and deciding to be peaceful, that's the virtue.
Is our goal.
Peace through strength, but you got to use strength to use the peace, or else people won't believe you. Jasmine Crockett, I lost because of racism. Be honest. I lost because the Republicans cheated. Be honest. I lost because everyone was tired of my hood rat gimmick. Thank you. We'll add a comment. We almost wish she would have stayed around as a standard bearer of the Democrat Party. She was awful. But she's gone. Here's Bill Clinton looking at the Epstein files.
Another turning point of forks.
It seems like it happened only yesterday.
Seems like it happened only yesterday. Yeah. Kaguya's top gal. That scene from the Truman Show. All right. Now delete the Epstein files while the Goyim have their eyes on Iran. Unusual Wales reports that Breaking, the Department of Justice, has been taking down Epstein files per CBS. Sure hope that is not true. Jmail and justice.gov are still up. Okay, we'll see. What is this? They're saying U.S. military has assisted Ecuador in their first land operation against the cartels? According to ABC News, let's look this up. ECUADOR cartel, U.S. Homeland Security News, Ecuador's army launches, this is in 25. Well, this is in 24, where cartel gunmen storm a TV station in Ecuador and take hostages. That was all sorts of bad. Okay. Well, I'm looking for latest here. Is this all from allegedly the same Real Truth Media? Any outlets I'm familiar with? They're all sharing this post here. Verity News. That's not enough. I need more than that. I don't think I can confirm this. They're all the sort of accounts that I don't know. March 3, U.S. Southern Command, according to Grok, Ecuadorian forces launched joint operations targeting narco-terrorist organizations, drug cartels in Ecuador. Not a war on Ecuador, but support for its government against cartel violence exploding there. Ecuador's ports are key cocaine routes. President Noboa, a Trump ally, announced the new phase with U.S. advisors, intel, in planning to disrupt trafficking. That's according to Grok. Can't find like real news sources though. Oh, Dom Luker, Breaker of Narratives, has this. Yeah. Maybe. United States Southern Command. I don't know. A lot of just people asking Grok for information. United States. Ecuador and United States. Is it going to come up here? Okay, CBS News. Ecuadorian forces sink a narco sub near its northern border as the nation works with the United States military to crack down on organized crime in the country, Ecuador's defense minister said Wednesday. Okay, so there is something happening here. Snatch Maduro, and it's interesting how quickly these Latin leaders are willing to work with the U.S. All right, well, keep your eyes peeled on Ecuador. I'm not finding tons of stuff that's shareable, so we'll keep it moving. I found this pretty cool. How many of you guys are trained to fight?
Excuse me, guys. I've got former UFC fighter James Vick over here with me. James is going to show you the proper way to throw some combos. It'll be fun. You'll learn something.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so by yourself, shadow box for 10 seconds and let me see what you got. Be longer, full extension. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So we're going to go here. We're going to go
Let's all
slow.
practice this.
1, 2, 3. The hook, hold the phone up, keep the hand. Yep. 2. Just right here by your face. Yep. Return. Now return. Comb. Comb. So again, 1, 2, 3, 2. Return. Comb. Comb. Again, 1, 2, 3, 2. Comb. Comb. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 2. Comb. Comb. So I'm here in front. So get hands up. So here, 1, 2, 3. Yep, right there. Turn that front foot. 2. Return. Now press the hand tight to the head. Comb the hair. Comb the hair. Again, hands up. 1. Full extension. 1, 2, 3, 2. Return. Comb this side. This side. So when you comb, don't drop the hand because I'll fake one way, go the other. So keep both hands up, comb, comb. So hands up right here. So comb, press it right there, comb. So the combo again. Ready? Touch your cheeks. 1, 2, full extension. 3, 2, return, comb, comb. Again, long, full extension. 1, 2, 3, 2, comb, comb. One more time, sir. 1, 2, 3, 2. Return. Comb. Comb. Thank you so much.
All right. Very good, sir. Very good. So follow James Vick.
I love this. I wish everybody would. Can we start teaching our school kids this stuff instead of constant gender confusion or radical leftist politics in school? Every American should have a baseline fighting knowledge. That's awesome. I like that.
I'm going to tag him down below in the comments. Make sure you follow him and follow me on Instagram and YouTube at Brain Athlete to learn anything faster. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, guys.
I just thought that was cool, like a little bit of a palate cleanser video. What is this?
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Oh, this is the guy.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
A reminder to all
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
All right. You did a women's self-defense class. That's good. We should all take some of those classes. Anyway, that's the guy. He got his wish. He This is the story that I shared to you earlier, and she's got some more context.
I remember Aaron Spencer. He's the
because it's not about the trial, it's about the parameters that they set with the trial. Judges are constantly skewing results. And I guess with this guy, they were trying to pull some stuff over on him, but I think the legal system might have helped him.
Arkansas father who killed the 67-year-old man that had been sexually abusing his 13-year-old child. He didn't won his election. I'm not a lawyer, but let me catch you up to speed. So in my last video on this case, I told you that Aaron Spencer's trial was scheduled to start on January 26th. And of course, Aaron Spencer is charged right now with second-degree murder for taking the life of 67-year-old Michael Fosler. And this all happened after Aaron Spencer woke up in the middle of the night in October of 2024 to find his 13-year-old daughter missing from her bed. Now, Aaron Spencer knew that Michael Fosler was out on bail because Fosler had already been charged with abusing Spencer's daughter. So Spencer wakes up, his daughter is missing, and so he immediately gets in his truck to go searching and ends up finding his daughter and Michael Fosler in Fosler's truck driving down the road. Spencer then proceeds to ram the truck off the road and then ends up shooting Michael Fosler 15 times, resulting in Fosler's death. So Spencer gets charged with second-degree murder, but while all that's going on, he also decides to run for sheriff for his county. And he built his platform on bringing trust, accountability, and safety back to the community and holding criminals responsible for their actions, particularly sexual abusers. And so yesterday, March 3rd, 2026, Aaron Spencer wins his election. So he's not the sheriff yet, but he is officially the Republican primary candidate for the election. And he didn't just win by a little bit. He had 54% of the votes, with the incumbent, John Staley, getting 27% of the votes, and then the last candidate getting 20% of the votes. And so what's next for Aaron is he will have to face off with the Democratic nominee, but he didn't do too bad on this. And in regards to his trial, it was supposed to start on January 26th. But it didn't because right before it was set to begin, Aaron's attorneys got the judge kicked off. Aaron's attorneys basically argued that the judge had been biased all throughout the proceedings for this case. And then about 2 weeks before it was set to begin, the judge, Judge Barbara Elmore, issued an order saying that during jury selection, only 20 members of the public would be allowed in the courtroom. And during the trial itself, only 55 people total would be allowed in the courtroom. And that 55 people included the defendant, the attorneys, family members, and the public. And it would all be done on a first come, first served basis, and that there would be no overflow room. So if you weren't in the first 55, you were just going to have to miss the trial. Now, you might be thinking that doesn't sound that bad. But Aaron's defense attorneys argued that every defendant has a constitutional right to a public trial. And they said that this order, limiting how many people could be in the courtroom, violated Aaron's right, especially considering the fact that the courtroom actually seats 75 people, not 55. And that doesn't even include the benches that are also in the courtroom. The defense attorneys went on to argue that the judge made this order, but nobody even asked for it. No one from either side filed a motion. No one requested a hearing on this. And there has never been some kind of security issue that would make something like this necessary. And so they said this is just another example of how biased the judge has been throughout these proceedings. They pointed out that early on in this case, the judge issued a massive gag order preventing any and everyone connected to this case from speaking publicly about the case. She also sealed the record from the public view and restricted the public's access to the hearings. And all of that was also done without a hearing. So when this all happened, the defense appealed to the Arkansas Supreme Court, asking them to overturn this gag order. And the Arkansas Supreme Court agreed with the defense. They said that the gag order was way too broad, and in their opinion, they warned that it seemed like the judge was trying to, quote, shield this case from public view. And so fast forward to this new order where the judge has now limited how many people can be in the courtroom during the trial. The defense attorneys basically said, here we go again. And so this time they asked Judge Barbara Elmore to recuse herself. Surprise, surprise, she said no. And so they again appealed to the Arkansas Supreme Court, asking them to step in and overturn the judge's order. And the Arkansas Supreme Court agreed again. But this time they removed Judge Barbara Elmore themselves. And so because of that, the January 26th trial could not happen as planned because they had to wait for a new judge. So as of now, Aaron Spencer is waiting for his new trial date. But in the meantime, he's officially the Republican primary candidate for sheriff in Lonoke County. Because why the hell not? It's worth noting that one of the big issues in this case was who the heck gave Michael Fosler bond after being charged with 43 counts of sexually abusing Aaron Spencer's daughter. Now, the defense in their motion to recuse says that for the longest, their understanding was that Judge Barbara Elmore was the one who gave him bond. However, After the Arkansas Supreme Court got involved the first time, all of a sudden they were informed that it wasn't Judge Barbara Elmore who granted bond. And so the defense asked for paperwork to support this, and for over a year they never get it. They're even at one point told there is no bond order. And then eventually they're given one. But the one they're given is nowhere on the docket. It's barely legible. It does not have a case number and doesn't have any kind of file marking. And it's supposed...
I think we're getting really into the weeds on this one. It's an interesting case, but I don't know if it's that interesting. But it's interesting what the judge has tried to do to really maybe railroad somebody behind the scenes. I don't know. I've maybe never had less trust in our legal system than I do right now. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one. Hey, TNAM self-defense. Here's a man who leaves a malfunctioning elevator. From the California Post. Where's this at? Oh, man in India. Just watch this. Malfunctioning elevator. Watch. Oh! That would have cut him in half. What he had to say was India. Nightmare. This is nightmare fuel. Look like he was already having one of his days. Hey, we have inspection. He knew that elevator was the final destination soon. Ah! Wait, did he make it out? Oh. Made it out in the neck of time. Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes.
And I'm watching it.
Talking about Trump. People are getting annoyed by this Iran thing. More than annoyed.
Sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. I still hope we can turn it around, but I just... Sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. You know, we all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus. It's sad to see something you sacrificed,
and I'm watching it sink by its own doing. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling.
And I'm watching it
unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of Trump haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become.
It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and, that's my whole adult life. I know that.
Fell for it again, launcher. MAGA. Okay. Maybe so, maybe not. Ryan Fournier says the radical Iranian regime's underground Damavand ballistic missile base was just struck hard. U.S. Israel taking down the Islamic regime piece by piece, literally by the hour. It's absolutely incredible to watch. This Department of War does not play games. Peace through strength is back.
من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم. میبینی صدا انفجارشو؟
Mike Benz, always a good listen.
There's this quote you may remember that Hillary Clinton came forward with in 2014. She said, "We came out of the White House not only dead broke, but in debt. As I recall, we were something like $12 million in debt." That sticks out to me when I think about the Epstein-Clinton affair. It's been reported that Jeffrey Epstein is on the White House visitors logs in the 1990s at least 17 times. We know that Bill Clinton's State Department rented out a 5-story mansion to Jeffrey Epstein directly. And then we know that Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers testified in court that Epstein helped set up the Clinton Foundation in the early 2000s. We know from the Epstein files that one of the ways that he seems to capture people in network is by getting politicians towards the end of their government service as they're transitioning into the private sector, hooked up with lucrative private sector deals that leverage their government connections. Did this with Bill Burns, who was the Deputy Secretary of State when he went on to the Carnegie Foundation before he became CIA director. Did this with Kathy Rumler, who was the White House counsel, who then went on to represent the Rothschild Bank and then Goldman Sachs, and appeared to have done this in some respect with President Clinton. He's directly leasing from the Clinton State Department, and I would not be surprised if Epstein's donor network were early contributors to the Clinton Foundation. I think this is one of the lines of questioning that the world is eagerly awaiting in terms of the depositions that just took place. The Clinton Foundation has been a font of corruption. To get the Epstein side of that story would be fascinating. There's this quote.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, why wasn't Mike Benz asking the questions of the Clintons? Yeah. Get to the bottom of it. He should be on the oversight committee, yeah. That was a missed opportunity.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them.
All right, let's go to our X account. Please make sure you're following the New American Media on X. We're at American_media_. Reminder, if you'd like to throw a tip into the tip jar, we have Rumble, Rant, and Super Chat tips, as well as Patreon monthly accounts, as well as Venmo Cash App. You just shoot something over. Brian Engelman, that's my name. It's spelled out at the bottom of the screen. And of course, PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Thank you to everybody who has contributed and everybody who will contribute and everybody who's thinking about it who will then do that thing. So thank you, everybody. There's our Patreon. It's linked at the top of our X account right there to make it easy. By the way, Kristi Noem, well, just a reminder, I mean, she did just have this exchange with Senator Coons, but then big news.
You rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places this November.
There are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. And
I'm glad to hear that, but would you rule it out? Would you say it will not happen?
Do you plan on illegal aliens voting in our elections, Senator?
You rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places.
I loved it. However, breaking
news, and this comes a day after a difficult couple of days on Capitol Hill in both the House and the Senate for Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. She is being replaced. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is now going to take over her job. The president making the announcement on Truth Social just a short time ago. He writes, quote, "I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st of this month, of this year. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday at Doral in Florida. The president says, "I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland."
She gone.
So this comes amid reports that the president was none too pleased about the advertising campaign money that came to light during these hearings, Sandra. And so just in the last 24 hours, we've heard a lot of rumors that Mark Wayne Mullen may be tapped for DHS, and now it appears the president has made that decision, and that's going to happen at the end of the month.
Yeah, there was some reporting leading up to this that this could be the case. No confirmation had been made by the president himself until now, but there was reports of frustration inside the White House over some of the actions taken on the part of Kristi Noem. Looking at the announcement, though, and looking at the touting President Trump does of Mark Wayne McMillan's record, 10 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 3 in the Senate. The president says he's done a tremendous job with the people of Oklahoma. As the president pointed out, somewhere he did very well. So obviously this is breaking news. Just now, President Trump making the formal announcement that that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will be replaced. John.
So was she fired? I mean, it sort of seems like it, but then they're moving her to some shield thing that I'm just now hearing of.
And also the president taking note of Mark Wayne Mullen's status as a former undefeated professional MMA fighter, also the only Native American in the Senate. Let's bring in Jackie Heinrich. She's at the White House. The timing of this, I guess, was a little bit of a surprise. We didn't expect it quite this soon, but it was certainly expected.
Well, John, this president has been reluctant to shuffle his staff since really early in his second term when he moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz over to Ambassador of the UN. Since then, he's kept all of his folks sort of in position, weathered whatever criticism comes their way. And Kristi Noem, the DHS Secretary, has faced a turbulent period in the last few weeks. Amid the fallout, the response to the ICE deportation campaign in Minnesota, some public statements that she made, and then most recently this week, her testimony on Capitol Hill, there were reports that her defense of her campaign, her ad campaign, $200 million in spending that prominently featured her sometimes on horseback, claiming that the president, according to these reports.
Okay, but hold on. Kristi should have known better. Criticized over a specialized luxury jet and Coast Guard firing. Wall Street Journal report last month claimed Noel and White House advisor Corey Lewandowski routinely travel on a 737 MAX jet, which the newspaper reported being leased by DHS. Report indicates agency is in the process of purchasing the luxury jet for a reported $70 million. The big, beautiful jet. People accusing those two of having an affair. Long time coming. Straw that broke the camel's back. Trump says in an interview he didn't sign off on the $220 million ad campaign. I mean, I thought the ad campaign was successful. I mean, it's trying to get people to join ICE, and it's trying to get people out of the country. I mean, what? It featured Noem too much? I mean, she's easy on the eyes. It's a good spokesperson. That is her job. I don't really get. I guess if you spent too much money on the advertising campaign without getting competitive bids and it went to your friend, I mean, was it straight up theft, or is that just you? I don't know. I got a lot of question marks here. What do you think about this? Is this overdue? Did I have a blind spot? Did I not realize how unpopular or unsuccessful Kristi Noem has been or had been? I don't know. Deaths in Minneapolis led to calls for Noem's resignation. That's on those two people in Minneapolis. I don't know. I'm just kind of, I guess they said you and your agency rushed to brand these victims as, quote, domestic terrorists. What do you call it? They were in the roads impeding with an ongoing investigation and an operation. They were trying to act like cowboys, making terrible decisions that ultimately led to their demise. Not something that ICE sought out, like, hey, we're going to go hurt people today. It's just when you're gunning your vehicle into an agent, of course you're going to take fire for that. And the whole getting wrestled to the ground after kicking the taillight out of a vehicle and causing problems multiple days in a row, like they had it coming, not like they deserved it. That guy had a weapon on him, and it looked like when it was removed, it was discharged, and they started shooting. I don't know. Like Leon says, I'm okay with it, but it doesn't look good. As the left have been calling for her to go, it looks like a win for the left. Yeah. And just like when Tom Homan went to Chicago and it's like, all right, we're going to pull out. It's like, you won. It makes it look and feel like the left got a win. Why would you ever give them a win? This feels like it too. It's a firing, but it's not really a firing. I don't know. I mean, I don't quite get this.
Had approved of that, reportedly upset him. He wasn't happy about.
So let's go through it too. News Nation here. I'm reading. Noam said she was relying on information from people on the scene and blamed violent protesters for contributing to the chaos that officers encountered. That's 100% true. White House border czar Tom Homan took over leadership from the Minneapolis immigration enforcement effort after former Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Gregory Bovino was removed from the post in late January. Remember, at the time, it looked like President Trump surrendered and Bovino was fired. Now, he was rerouted. He went out to California or something. Bovino had been the face of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown and led federal operations in U.S. cities before Homan took over. Soon after taking over, Homan announced 700 federal immigration agents and officers would be leaving Minneapolis, then led to the ending of the operation. It feels like the bad guys are winning.
Giving the impression that he had sort of authorized that amid this broader administration effort to root out fraud. So she's being moved now into another role. The Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday. The president's been, defensive of Kristi Noem for the last several weeks as she's faced questions about her ability to carry out her duties. He regularly pointed to the success closing the southern border, the fact that there have been no illegal immigrants caught and released into the interior of the U.S. for several months, the fact that overdoses and murders are at historic lows, and pointed to those successes to sort of boost her up and defend keeping her in place. But it seems like that testimony on Capitol Hill might have been a turning point. There were also some reports that FEMA funding that was stalled suddenly came through after questioning. And so this is a rapid development, of course, and something we didn't expect until potentially after the midterms. This is a strange time for the president to make that major of a shakeup. But there was, sort of the writing on the wall after he elevated Tom Homan, his border czar, to take a more prominent role in the ICE deportation campaign. It's well reported that there's been a long-standing rift between Homan and Noem.
What are Homan and Noem fighting
about how this should be handled,
Well, that's a great place to cut off, where you make an assertion and don't elaborate. Brian Cates says, well, way to miss the lead about 95% of SMIs out there. Sorry, what are SMIs? Noem graduates to international over the Americas because she did such a good job locking down that border and managing those ICE raids that defanged the cartels in the United States. She's now the chief enforcer of the Donroe Doctrine abroad in the Americas. Watch people miss the real story. It's not a step down, it's a step up. Is that true? Is that false? I don't know. Like Leon says, someone I feel is giving Trump bad info. Maybe. Look at all the stuff Biden did and we complained about, and they stood strong and gave us the finger. So I don't know. I mean, did she get fired? Maybe so, maybe not. Did she get promoted? Maybe so, maybe not. Are we capitulating and losing to the lunatics? Maybe so, maybe not. I don't know. But this is just kind of breaking today. All right. President Trump, I'm pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, DHS, effective March 31, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, ! Will be moving to the Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. That doesn't sound like a firing. Of course, you can politely fire people, but usually you don't move them up. You don't go from just one country to the entire hemisphere. So maybe Brian Cates is onto something. Serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate, Mark Wayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma, where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 20, and 2024. A MAGA warrior and former undefeated professional MMA fighter, Mark Wayne truly gets along well with people and knows the wisdom and courage required to advance our America First agenda. As the only Native American in the Senate, Mark Wayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Mark Wayne will work tirelessly to keep our border secure, stop migrant crime, murderers, and other criminals from illegally entering our country, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again. Mark Wayne will make the spectacular Homeland Security Secretary. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Britney Spears arrested for DUI in California. Republican Rep. Tony Gonzalez, the staffer Regina Santos Aviles. Weird, killed in a fire incident. No signs of a crime. Yeah, they spontaneously combust all the time. Oh, that's Uvalde police? Oh, Uvalde police are super corrupt, right? Nancy Mace, Representative Mace says release all sexual harassment files related to members of Congress. Put your money where your mouth is. Do you care about women or do you not? Thomas Massey responds. Representative Thomas Massey responds, I co-sponsored this resolution and will vote with Representative Nancy Mace today. If your tax dollars were used to settle sexual harassment claims against members of Congress, you should know about it. It's hard to argue that point. Cat Turd says 357 members of Congress just voted to not release congressional sexual harassment and misconduct records. I don't want to hear the words Epstein files ever come from their hypocritical, grandstanding, phony, lying lips again. MJ Truth Ultra put this video out. Tim Burchett basically says, well, let's just listen to his words.
Hey, everybody, Tim Burchett. The House just did the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. We just voted to cover up sexual harassment of employees by members, if you can believe that. I got the sponsor right here with me, got Boebert. Y'all tell them what happened.
It's shameful. They voted against my resolution that would reveal members of Congress who sexually harass employees on the Hill, women on the Hill, in the campaigns, lobbyists, etc. Shameful. So I don't want to hear.
They sent it.
What if you're harassed at a movie theater, like Lauren Boebert? Remember, she was playing Gropey Grope with a date. You're allowed to play Gropey Grope with a date. You know, come on. There are things that I care about and I lose sleep over, and there's things I don't care about and don't lose sleep over.
Sent it to the ethics committee. So a bunch of congressmen are going to investigate themselves.
So let it go get hidden, right?
Yeah, this is exactly where bills go to die. So her privileged resolution is being sent to the ethics committee for members of Congress to investigate themselves. And remember, this is your tax dollars that were used in this hush money.
Yeah.
Yes, this
How many
was
millions?
used to
How many
silence
millions are in that
bill
thing?
staffers.
They said there's millions.
Some years there's like 4 or 5.
I find this interesting where the three of them who are used to giving sound bites, they're having a hard time. They would have a hard time having a 3-person podcast, letting each other finish a thought so they can get their sound bite in, because you're trying to get your sound bite in. I digress, but just a little note that I've picked up on quickly here.
$5 million that went to a slush fund that paid for members of Congress with your tax dollars to allow them to go sexually harass people on the Hill. And then the second thing is I want to say is I don't want to hear another word about Epstein or Epstein victims by a single person, Republican or Democrat, that voted against revealing sexual harassment on the Hill.
Let's get that list. How many people? 49 of us voted to make it public, right?
Yep, to actually have transparency.
49 or 50, okay.
And this is the
Barely
crap that we see up
10%,
here all the
barely
time. We are
10%.
actually standing for victims.
Okay, I'm
And
running
we
out of
just
time.
saw with Tony Gonzalez, his staffer, who killed herself, lit herself on fire.
The worst way.
The worst way to die.
Okay, that is what we're talking about. Allegedly.
And this was part of the same fund that is being covered up. Did he pay her? Maybe she never got a check,
You'll never
but she
know.
doesn't have a life
You'll never
anymore.
know.
You'll never know. Anyway, we need transparency. Thank y'all for sending me
I
here.
love you.
She say, I love you. Okay. General Mike Flynn says this nonsense has to end. Members of Congress get away with sexual harassment of their staffs. U.S. taxpayers pay settlements to victims of this harassment, and the members of Congress continue to get away with something that all the rest of us would be crucified over. It has to end. No wonder we have zero accountability for the Epstein files. Anna Paulina Luna here.
All right. I support Representative
I think we played this.
Mace's subpoena here, as well as the amendment to it. And
Yeah, I did play that already. I think this is a different clip.
All right. I support Representative.
Yeah, okay, these are both the same clip. Different angles and different clips. Jason Whitlock has thoughts on Jasmine Crockett losing her Texas Senate primary last night.
This is a good thing.
2 nights ago.
I think it's a promising thing, and we should feel hopeful that voters in Texas, not by a wide margin, but they still rejected Jasmine Crockett and her ghetto shtick. And I think I'm going to tie it to, like, the influence of commercial rap music is starting to wane in America. And I think in politics, like this whole ghetto shtick that people are doing, that influence, that popularity, that influence is starting to wane in the political sphere. I do think there's enough Americans, black and white, that have had enough. Like this ghetto-ness, and we have to be tolerant of it. We have to pretend like it's a part of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's a part of some good thing that we're doing by allowing this ghetto-ness to influence our culture. I think America is over it. And so, yeah, I think Jasmine Crockett is done. I think Cori Bush is done. I think Jamal Bowman is done. I think moving forward, Americans are going to expect more from black politicians and black people than just, hey, show me how ghetto you are. I'm glad that's over.
Wouldn't that be great? Senator Tim Scott is talking about families stretching dollars. 21st Century Road to Housing Act makes it easier for people like the single mother who raised me to make that dream come true. U.S. Senate Banking Committee says housing affordability isn't just a policy talking point for me. They're addressing affordability crisis. Short on details here, but they're working on it. Road to Housing Act. Help Americans buy homes in communities they love. Okay, well, I'll need some details. But they're saying it'll be a good thing. We'll see. Cutting red tape, expanding supply, and focusing on affordability so more families can buy a home and build their future. Oh, look at this. Beto. Remember Beto O'Rourke? He was supposed to fix the Democrat Party? Well, now he's got the hype machine for Beto Jr.
I've never been more excited. I mean, let's start with James Tallarico. This is one of, if not the most talented politicians I have ever seen. Those of us who have watched his career in the Texas House have known that he's incredibly talented, but for the rest of the nation, they got to see him in the closing months in the most important election of our lifetimes. When James Tallarico wins in November, he will be the 51st vote in the U.S. Senate. Texas will save the country. I've never been.
What do you guys say, Mary and John? Is that going to happen in Texas? But if Beto is for it, that means vote against Tallarico. President Trump giving a press conference, I believe this is today, talking about the people who Well, immigration. Can you understand why people like Fuentes and Alex Jones are frustrated?
Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people who are getting out. And we have a lot of heart. I said,
We're getting those people out, the prisoners and the gangbangers. But look at him looking down like he sort of feels ashamed to say this. Why is he saying this? Like he looks like sheepish, like he doesn't want to say this.
And dropped them into the United States. Those are the people who are getting out. And we have a lot of heart. I said, you gotta.
And it's a lot of shrugging and looking down, eyes closed. Like, is he being forced to do this?
Into the United States. Those are the people who are getting out. And we have a lot of heart. I said, you gotta lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now. The criminals.
Everybody who's in here illegally is a criminal, Trump.
And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see
this guy is off script all the time, and he can't even raise his eyes off the piece of paper. Anyone else find this super weird?
Store, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country.
IB here says, Trump to the 57% of Americans who want illegal migrants out. Too bad they're cheap workers. Got to lighten up on this. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms and luncheonettes and hotels. We said, if we want to fast track a vetting to provide criminal background and ideological checks, because you need to find out if you're bringing like a toxic ideology with you. Social media, family connections. Like if you're a toxic person, you need to be flagged. There are zealots and violent, crazy people on vendettas and missions. So we said, if we want to fast track a vetting to provide criminal background and ideological checks to get the right people approved so they can stay and work, and as long as they're to stay and work. And, oh my gosh, stay and work as long as they're ineligible to take welfare or vote, and that children would not be citizens. Maybe this could work, but that's a lot of ifs. Marion, oh, heck no. This is why people are tuning out on MAGA, like this right here. What the fuck is this? But I admit, I also feel similar, sort of. There's a lot of ifs in our response there, but if there's a lot of ifs to check and make sure that good qualified people are not going to come here and steal our money, not be eligible for free money that's coming directly or indirectly from our taxes, replacing American workers. Maybe there's a way that 10% of their pay for the rest of their lives has to go to the operating budget of the state, or pay down the debt or something. Now you have to work off a penalty for sneaking into the country. You just get to stay for free. You didn't buy a ticket. I mean, if there are jobs that need to be filled, but then again, now we're back to H-1B visas. Why aren't we training Americans for these jobs? I get the energy, and having lived in California for 15 years, I mean, you guys down in Texas or in Florida, I mean, there's plenty of immigration, but like, you need to be on the radar, scanned, background checked. That doesn't mean you get to vote, and that should mean you cannot take tax dollars. Well, that's what I'm saying. If people snuck in and they found work, and they're not taking money from us, how could we logistically taking someone out and bringing them back? I don't know that accomplishes. Okay, so what are we talking about? What are the biggest concerns with illegal immigrants? All right, we don't want them stealing money. There's welfare assistance for American citizens, and if you snuck in here, you don't get any of that. Criminals, you come in here and mess around, you're going to be a guest in my house and commit crimes. Screw you forever. Goodbye. But if you have been working and you haven't been stealing our money and you haven't been committing other criminal acts, could we fast track a background check where they don't technically, because what are we doing? We're going to fly them back somewhere to then bring them back so a coyote can traffic them a second time? Logistically speaking, how would that even work? I don't like the sound of this at all. It's a lot of ifs. Jason Miller says 57% of Americans want all illegal migrants sent home. Kevin Roberts says support for mass deportations remains strong. No backing down. Federal immigration law must be fully enforced. Every foreign national here illegally must be removed. We said everyone must go. You snuck in. If you want to come back, go wait in line. Let's run our background checks, go through learning English, passing a civics course to pass the citizenship test, pay a penalty, and come back in if you pass the admissions test. It should be like college. Please vote in our poll here. All illegal aliens must go home. Agree or disagree, and tell us why. Glenn Beck asked, would the founding fathers approve of Trump's war in Iran? I don't pretend to speak for them, but in January, I sat down with George AI and asked for its views on foreign entanglements and military action. Here's what it said. I'll play it. Paul Joseph Watson goes, I was a bit skeptical about the reasons for bombing Iran, but AI George Washington doing a fake podcast interview with Glenn Beck has convinced me. That is pretty funny. But it's a thought experiment, and I'm all in favor of thought experiments.
George, we are trying to not fight foreign wars and not be involved in the world's policemen.
English.
But there are times that we have to demonstrate strength in order to prevent conflict. But I don't know where the foreign entanglement begins and where it ends.
When I was president, I did not crave power.
Oh, this is like a fake guy as George Washington?
I didn't strut in my uniform, dreaming of conquest. In fact, I begged several times to not be the general and not be the president. I didn't want it, but I understood my responsibility. And I also understood that some things that are easy to forget when you're staring down bayonets. Peace is not the default. It has to be guarded deliberately with foresight and strength. My generation lived through a fragile independence. Our new republic was surrounded, literally and figuratively.
What are we looking at? What is the graphic? What exactly has created this moment?
By instability. Most of the founders believed that we would not survive to 1820. We thought it was an interesting experiment. European powers were sniffing the opportunities. States were threatening to splinter. Loyalists were lurking. None of this was hypothetical.
Lurking loyalist. I'm going to put that on my list. Hullabaloo, rigmarole, cornucopia, kaleidoscope, narcopolo, chicanery, tomfoolery, and lurking loyalist.
It was the daily background noise of early America.
So how did you protect that freedom?
Well, you said it. Through strength. Weakness didn't just invite disagreement, it invited disunion. And I had already seen what happens to authority when it is too diluted. The Continental Congress couldn't pay the troops, they couldn't enforce unity or act decisively. That kind of vacuum doesn't stay empty. Either chaos fills it or another power does. And that's why I often emphasize the importance of demonstrating readiness. Not because I wanted conflict, but to discourage those who did. I said once, to prepare for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace.
Metallica sings, to secure peace is to prepare for war. So be it. Settle the score. I'll see you again for the words that you will hear evermore. Don't tread on me.
That's not saber rattling. That's different. It's insurance. Think of it like this. A homeowner who never...
What did he just call me?
Think of it like this.
Hey, don't call me that. I don't know how you talked back in the day, but we don't call each other that in 2026.
A homeowner like this.
What?
A homeowner...
I can't pause it right. I'm trying to get the pause.
Think of it like this. A homeowner...
Doggone it. Would have been slightly funny if I could have worked on my pause.
This. A homeowner...
No, I can't get it.
Like this. A homeowner...
I got it.
Who never locks their door isn't more peaceful, they're just more vulnerable. By showing potential adversaries that the United States could stand united, respond quickly, and protect its liberties that it understands, I believed conflict could be prevented before it exploded. And this wasn't abstract. During the Revolution, even some Virginian leaders wanted to keep pursuing negotiations with Britain.
By the way, George Washington in a blue t-shirt is like, it's hard to fathom, hard to swallow here.
But I came to recognize long before it became popular that some risks had to be met with resolve, not appeasement. And there is a world of difference between aggression and deterrence. I knew the line, I walked it, and I tried to draw a system that could do the same.
Interesting. Interesting segment. Jonathan Turley jumps on here. I know Scott Adams used to reference Jonathan Turley all the time. Said he's one of the best listens. So, you know, Glenn Beck was trending. I looked around to see why, and there were two interesting things that we shared here. But why are the Democrats pushing such hypocrisy? They were fine with Obama using the War Powers Act of 1973, but then they act horrified by Trump using the same thing.
How would the founders have looked at the situation in Iran?
Well, they would not have looked kindly upon it. You know, the framers divided the power over war between Congress and the president. And so under Article 2, Section 2, the president is declared the commander-in-chief. But under Article 1, Section 8, Congress alone may declare war. So the framers wanted to make it difficult to go to war. They didn't like foreign entanglements, and they divided the power accordingly. The problem is that we haven't had a declared war since World War II. And the Congress has largely evaded its responsibility by passing resolutions, the authorization of the use of force, and the courts have largely deferred to the political branches. So in looking at this issue, you know, part of the question is the president acting according to established authority? The answer is, yeah. I mean, in the sense of the interpretation, the modern interpretation of the Constitution, not quite if you look at the original intent. But there's no question that he is using the authority used by past Democratic presidents, including President Barack Obama. I mean, I'm actually been somewhat amazed by the comments of people like Nancy Pelosi, Senator Blumenthal. I represented members of Congress opposing the Libyan war, unilaterally launched by Barack Obama. There was no claim of a threat against the United States, imminent or otherwise. It was a regime change attack on the capital city, on the Libyan military. We lost that case. But at the time, Pelosi said no authorization is required for President Obama, and Blumenthal actually praised the unilateral attack. Both of them have come out this week expressing horror at the thought that a president can commit this type of attack.
Court of public opinion, and the court that said it was okay. The third clip, I'll just skim past. Roger Stone tells Glenn Beck that he personally asked Richard Nixon who killed JFK. He said, let me put it this way. Lyndon and I both wanted to be president, but I wasn't willing to kill for it, according to Roger Stone, about what Nixon said about Lyndon Johnson. Tommy Robinson talks about a horrific story out of Turkey, a man who AR'd her. She was forced to marry. Then he AR'd their 4-year-old daughter, and the case was dismissed by the court. She started protesting in the street, and yesterday her and her daughter were found no longer alive. Just happening in England. In Europe, I guess, out of Turkey, though. Turkey. The Eastern Bloc, would you call it? Breaking, Department of Education hangs a large banner of Charlie Kirk next to Martin Luther King and other impactful Americans. Yeah, you don't just get to erase him because you erased him. Okay, I think that's really nice. I mean, just his work with debating. We need more debates. Wall Street Mav says, hey, just watch the next time there's a Democrat president. I guarantee you the Republicans in the Senate will give that person recess appointments. The general says, breaking, Pam Bondi's Justice Department has ended its investigation into former President Joe Biden's use of an auto pen after officials found no applicable criminal statute to pursue charges. Are you even trying? Congressman Brandon Gill says mass Islamic migration is killing us. He says Islamic terrorism didn't come to the United States on the Mayflower. We imported it via a suicidal immigration system. Tommy Robinson says this is why he won 90% of the vote in the primaries last night. You were looking at a leader. Spitfire says it's fascinating to watch the members of Congress scream about the Epstein files, then in their next breath vote to block the release of congressional sexual misconduct reports. Tyler Boyer says if Cornyn is the nominee in Texas, Texas will go the way of Arizona with McSally. People in Texas, what do you make of that? What do you think? If Cornyn is the nominee, Texas is going to disappear like Arizona has been conquered? Is it almost over for Texas? Turning Point Action endorses Ken Paxton. Attorney General Ken Paxton says, I'm honored to be endorsed by TPUSA. Turning Point Action. The movement that Charlie Kirk built has inspired millions, and I'm proud to be standing alongside Turning Point Action in carrying on the fight to save this country and defend our freedoms. Nancy Pelosi stock trader says breaking, the House just voted to block the release of congressional sexual misconduct reports. They voted 357-65 to block it. Melanie D'Arrigo says, what a weird way for 182 Democrats and 175 Republicans to admit that they would rather protect their sexual predator colleagues instead of victims, unless these 357 were protecting themselves. I don't know enough about this story to comment on it. Little girl allegedly arred and beheaded by an illegal alien. How many more have to lose their lives before action is taken, says Taya. And Kevin Sorbo says, where are the white liberal women rioting over this horrific murder? Body found stuffed into a plastic trunk that had been dumped on the street. I don't know enough context. Paul Anlitner says, looking back, it's crazy how much hate Tim Tebow endured for being relentlessly earnest and unashamed about his faith. In reality, he was just ahead of the curve. Look at his life now. Caring for special needs children, rescuing kids from slavery. We need more Tim Tebows. MJ Truth Ultra says, dear conspiracy theorists, sadly you were right again. Dr. Robert Malone says declassified documents expose U.S. military releasing 282,000 radioactive ticks, sparking Lyme disease epidemic in a 40-year cover-up. Lone Star ticks labeled with carbon-14 across Virginia sites along bird migration routes. 66 to 1969. Before the experiments, these ticks were not found north of the Mason-Dixon line, but they soon established populations on Long Island. CIA operatives under Operation Mongoose in 62 dropped infected ticks on Cuban sugarcane workers via nighttime flights on C-123s. One operative's infant son suffered a light-threatening 105-degree fever requiring emergency tracheotomy after family contamination. Plum Island Animal Disease Center under Army Chemical Corps conducted open-air tick experiments with contaminant failures. Test animals mingled with wild deer and birds, and deer from nearby Lyme, Connecticut swam to the island where birds fed on the insects. Lyme, Connecticut is only 13 miles away and became the namesake epicenter in 1975. Willie Bergdorfer. Hey, how the hell was this approved? What the fuck? Willie Bergdorfer, who identified the Lyme bacterium in 82, discovered a second pathogen called the Swiss agent, Rickettsia helvetica, in patient samples, but deliberately omitted it from his published research. Materials found in his garage after 2014 death proved 40 years of suppression of co-infection data that could explain chronic Lyme treatment failures. Under Project 112, between 62 and 1974, the Pentagon ran 134 bioweapon tests, plus hundreds more classified, investing $3 to $4 billion and building capacity to produce 100 million infected mosquitoes and 50 million fleas per month. The program was categorically denied by the military for 50 years until 2000. Operation Big Itch. 1954 successfully dropped 670,000 tropical rat fleas from cluster bombs to prove the weapons could incapacitate an entire battalion-sized target area for up to a full day. Multiple tick-borne diseases, Lyme arthritis, babesiosis, Rocky Mountain spotted fever erupted simultaneously along Long Island Sound right after the tick releases, 68 to 72, clustering statistically around Plum Island. An anomaly the article attributes to possible lab enhancement or accidental release. 45% probability per the analysis. Bergdorfer, recruited in 1951 for tick weaponization and linked to Nazi scientists, brought via Operation Paperclip, left a cryptic note before dying. I wondered why somebody didn't do something. And in 2013, video testimony insinuated an accidental release while admitting he didn't tell you everything. These claims are based on a review of 41 primary declassified sources, testimony, and suppressed research presented in the article. Robert Malone writes this. Damn. Megyn Kelly has thoughts about what comes next for Jasmine Crock of Shit.
I've got to be honest. She's about 5 minutes away from getting a show on the weekend at MSNBC. That's clearly where life is going now. Her House seat was basically all but eliminated, but she left it anyway, so it's no longer hers. And she didn't make it in the Democrat primary. It's not like she lost in the general. She couldn't even get through the Democrat primary in her home state of Texas, so that's done. So yeah, I'm thinking given the love that was espoused for her on the set by Rachel and Nicole, maybe one of them will be willing to give up their spot for a black woman in America. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? White privilege, ladies, move aside. Jasmine Crockett needs a job. I've got to be honest. She's about 5 minutes away from getting a show on the weekend at MSNBC. That's clearly where life is going now. Her House seat was basically all but.
Yeah. Get rid of your seats. Demanding Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace give up their job. White privilege, ladies, move aside. Mark Lynch from South Carolina says just 5 Republican senators can stand up to force John Thune to pass the SAVE Act. I would be one of those 5. Thanks to open primaries in North Carolina, an Islamic Democrat runs as Republican and wins. Voters will get to pick from 2 Democrats in November. Great work. DK says Republicans who stay home elect Democrats. Yesterday's Texas primary numbers are in. 90+% counted. Texas has 18.7 million registered voters and only 3.6 million showed up. That's only 19% turnout. GOP couldn't even crack 21%. North Carolina, 7.8 million registered voters, only 700,000 showed up, only 10%. Republicans hit 9% single digits. November 24 compared to yesterday, Texas went from 61% voter turnout to 19. By the way, why aren't you getting 100% voter turnout? North Carolina went from 75 to 10%. Arkansas, 53 to 24. This new trend should scare every Republican. GOP turnout went down in every single state compared to historical averages. Texas GOP down 1.5 points. North Carolina GOP down 2 points. Arkansas down 3. Meanwhile, the Democrat turnout went up in every single state. Texas Democrats up 4.2. North Carolina Dems up 5. Arkansas up 3. Read that again. Republicans are showing up less and Democrats are showing up more. These are the actual numbers, not just opinions. No talking points or some paid influencer's hot take. These are the facts. Over 80% of registered voters in Texas and North Carolina did not vote yesterday. That's right, 80%. You can't fix a country you refuse to participate in. Republican voters need to stop being lazy during primaries and the midterms. Dr. Manhatva says, how important is Ken Paxton to America? Arguably more important than all the Republicans in Congress have been over the past 5 years. Here's a list of the cases that Ken Paxton has won before the United States Supreme Court. These rulings changed law for the country. Successfully led over 100 lawsuits against the Biden administration, focusing on halting open border policies and immigration overreach. Secured a landmark court victory upholding Texas's ban on ballot harvesting to protect election integrity. Defended Texas election laws limiting mail-in voting and requiring voter ID, ensuring fair elections. Won major cases blocking EPA regulations like the Waters of the United States rule and Clean Power Plan preserving state control over resources. Ruled Obamacare unconstitutional in a multi-state lawsuit, advancing efforts to dismantle federal health care mandates. Established a special unit to combat human trafficking, leading to high-profile arrests and prosecutions. Partnered with President Trump to deport illegal aliens and struck down in-state tuition benefits for undocumented immigrants. Protected religious liberty and the unborn through legislation and legal defenses in the state and federal courts. Scott Pressler is pushing for more people to vote. But he says, here's the question. If Senator Thune is going to stall the House's agenda and put House members in a vulnerable position to likely lose dozens of seats, should the House stall voting on Thune's agenda until he pushes the Save America Act? Yeah. Moy Miz says the Muslim world is divided about Iran. Muslim countries in favor of removing the regime include Jordan, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain. And there are Muslim countries who are against the removal of the regime, such as Great Britain, France, and Spain. Great Britain, France, and Spain have been conquered. Yes, Kenneth, that ticks me off too. Like Leon, most people want to see some arrests or it turns them off. I know. I don't think they're underestimating just how frustrated people are that no action is happening. And worse than that, going back on campaign pledges. Just like Trump said, he will tell or suggest either Paxton or Cornhole to drop out. To me, that's kind of like taking away my vote. Paxton is our choice. Yeah, I was reading reports that maybe Cornyn might be Trump's choice. I certainly hope not. That's literally where we're at right here. Look at that. Synchronistic. Thanks, Jamie, for queuing that one up. Well, but it's the Atlantic. They're not a reliable source by any stretch. Donald Trump is expected to endorse John Cornyn over Ken Paxton in the Texas GOP primary runoff election, sources tell people. Yeah. Can I want to request a community note. Oh, usually it asks you to link to something that's the opposite of that. But it's the Atlantic. I don't know. Is Trump going to enforce? Here, let's just ask Grok real quick. Is Trump going to endorse Cornyn? I mean, it's just pure speculation. It's just Trump has not yet endorsed. I mean, the Atlantic is cranking out propaganda, trying to put their deep state person in, which is obviously what you would expect the Atlantic to want to happen. Grok is thinking. Trying to get an answer from Grok. My God. Is Trump going to endorse Cornyn? I already asked you this and you didn't answer, and I put a question mark, and then it got confused while I was asking the question. And Grok is not very helpful today. Although I did make today's thumbnail very quick, and I was appreciative of that. Trump has stated he will endorse soon in the Texas Senate GOP runoff and will ask the non-endorsed candidate to drop out immediately. GOP insiders and strategists expect him to back Cornyn, given the senator's strong primary performance and to avoid a costly intra-party fight. You will still vote Paxton. So what? Tell me what happens in a really bad way if Trump does that. And why is Paxton better? Liberty score of an F. For the love of God, quit endorsing rhinos. And I'll delete the request because maybe that is going to be true. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to go backward. There you go. Ned Ryan says Trump has a chance to take out one of the worst red state senators who's been screwing Trump for years. Cornyn is an abysmal waste. And guess what? Paxton can win the general. Trump cannot endorse Cornyn. Cornyn promised Trump he could have his recess appointments, and one day later changes his mind and blocks the president's nominees.
Be talking about recess appointments.
On the
right
issue
now.
of vetting, though, how critical is it then to have access to what the House Ethics Committee has found in their investigation?
I think there should not be any limitation on the Senate Judiciary Committee's investigation, including whatever the House Ethics Committee has generated.
So you want to see it?
Absolutely. Tulsi.
Irina Zarutska murals keep getting vandalized. Her crime, being white. Why in God's green earth would you vandalize this? Did nothing wrong to anybody anywhere. But her crime is being white. Please vandalize this. Why the fuck would you do that? Makes you just want to like Are there some places we can just go be normal and you can go be an asshole somewhere else? James Tallarico, are these real posts? Libs of TikTok says. James Tallarico posted, white skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus, but we spread it wherever we go through our words, our actions, and our systems. We don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or Confederate flag to be contagious. What the fuck is this guy talking about? The only cure is diagnosing the virus within ourselves and taking dramatic actions to contain the spread. The first small step is proclaiming loudly and unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. Whoa. Cernovich points out that Senate leadership Republicans have been playing Trump. They could have sent the Senate into recess multiple times. They pretend they might, then they don't. And this is why Trump can't appoint judges and U.S. states attorneys. It's all on John Thune. Mayor of Baltimore spent $1 million on lavish perks like crab feasts and tabs at Ravens football games for staffers. Publius says Thune's sabotage. The Senate is only working 4 days a week in March, then vanishing for a 17-day break starting March 28th. They won't be back to D.C. until April 13th, 16 full days out. Even during this long break, traitor Thune plans to use pro forma sessions, those fake 2-minute meetings, to block President Trump from making recess appointments. Dozens of critical appointees and judges are rotting in limbo after more than a year in office. The Senate hasn't confirmed a single Trump nominee since August 25. The Senate must pass the Save America Act this month. People, what is going on? It's just an all-out mutiny. And I don't know why they're allowing it. Democrat nominee for Senate in Texas says the story of Mary's Annunciation justifies abortion. Awesome. Mark Gravely says, yesterday I explained how 7 insurance firms in London shut down 1/5 of the world's oil supply. Today, Trump may have just made the most aggressive sovereign insurance play in modern history. Here's what happened and why it matters. Trump ordered the U.S. Department of Finance Corporation to immediately offer political risk insurance and guarantees to all maritime trade through the Gulf, especially energy, backed by Navy escorts if needed. Read that through the lens of what I described yesterday. The strait didn't close because of missiles. It closed because the insurance markets collapsed. P&I clubs pulled coverage. Reinsurers withdrew, and the entire commercial shipping architecture froze. This move doesn't address the military problem. It addresses the actuarial one. The DFC is stepping into the void that Lloyd's and the London reinsurance market created when they pulled out. The U.S. government is effectively saying we'll underwrite what the private market won't. No sovereign has attempted to replace the global maritime war risk market in real time during an active conflict. Here's why the structural implications are significant. It challenges Lloyd's dominance. It breaks the actuarial blockade. It redirects billions in premium revenue, creates a choke point within the choke point, and reassures every stakeholder simultaneously. Order the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through the Gulf. Strait of Hormuz. Keep the energy flowing. Pramila Jayapal says DHS, ICE, and CBP need to be dismantled. Democrats are literally trying to dismantle the very agencies that defend our nation's security. So he said it's time to double these departments. Fairfax Police Department warned Commonwealth Attorney Steve Descaro's office in November about releasing illegal alien repeat offender Abdul Jallo back into the community, but now you have the murder of Stephanie Minter in Fairfax. They said it's not a question of if, but when he will maliciously wound or worse again, and they were right. He ended Stephanie Minter at a bus stop last week. Steve Descano and Abigail Spanberger have blood on their hands. There you go. Lakeisha Alston, the woman running for election, is a Republican in North Carolina Senate District 22 in a full hijab. Revealed to be a lifelong Democrat, ran completely unopposed and is now the GOP candidate. What? Senate Leader John Thune calls on President Trump to endorse John Cornyn for U.S. Senate in Texas. If Trump does this, he'd be asking Paxton to drop out of the GOP primary, letting Cornyn advance directly to November. We say replace Thune and select Paxton. And that is what I wanted to share with you today. Why is this still the screen? Why is that the screen? This is terrible. Where am I? I don't exist on this screen. Oh, this is a nice glitch. Restream. And I can't get this off the screen. It's been a weird day for Restream. So that's a good time to call it, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. I know, Nimbus. No, that one wasn't Nimbus. That was Restream. There's no reason it should be doing that. I'm looking at it in my control panel, and I don't have, if I remove the source, and this screen will not go away. This is beyond crazy. And it doesn't even work in like the proper aspects. Look at, oh, it's so stupid. Can't get it off the screen. Yeah, I am this close to leaving Restream. Get a prorated refund and go to StreamYard or somewhere equivalent. Whatever. I'm doing the best I can, folks. Anyway. Let me see if I have time to get this in the mail. I got a task. I got to get this out to John. Mail is going to be closing here in a little bit. So thank you all for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook and X and Twitch Kick D Live and YouTube and Rumble. And you can drop a Rumble rant tip or a super chat tip or sign up on Patreon to support the program. Otherwise, we will plan on being back tomorrow, I believe at noon, regular time. Where we're going to be unpacking more of the news. We had some good, some bad, some question marks, some weirdness, some fan fiction. Who knows where it's going tomorrow? But we're here for it. All right. Signing out on behalf of everybody out there in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we will talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace. And by the way, what is this doing here?
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.